Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Carthage Firebirds Rainbow Six Siege. It is Tuesday, one of the greatest days of the week, because we are getting to host. We're getting to be here with you for Rainbow Six Siege Carthage Firebirds tonight in Week 2 of the NECC Challengers Division, playing the Southern Illinois University Edwardsville Cougars, SIUE. Great team. I'm excited to see how the Firebirds doing. I'm your host, Bearded Man, and I'm joined by the marvelous Toner. How you doing, Toner?
I'm doing wonderful. It's weird having this new mic on me, but this is awesome.
Oh yeah,
I'm having a great week, and I'm so excited for Siege tonight.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I mean, last week, the Firebirds, unfortunately, I believe it was a 2-1 game in this, a 2-1 series, winning that first map on Skyscraper. Just doing such an amazing job, pulling some really good tricks out. Just despite being a map that not everybody plays, not everybody's comfortable with, they pulled some tricks out of their pockets, and bam, we saw, I believe it was like a 7-2 score that round. And then unfortunately map 2 going all the way into round 15 being a very close match, back and forth the whole time. And unfortunately round 3, Firebirds not able to do as well. At that point, becoming kind of an endurance match, going into the late hours of Tuesday. I believe we ended at just past 11 o'clock at night. So honestly, I was really impressed with what we saw from the Firebirds, though. Week 1 of the official season, definitely a lot to look forward to for the upcoming matches. Tonight's match especially. What do you think?
I know they've been working so hard this week, so I can't wait to see the improvement off of last week. I mean, last week was so close, and but because it was so close, it means just those minor tweaks just to finish off the rounds, get the rounds that we need to win. So hopefully we will see that tonight. Exactly,
and I'm very confident that the Firebirds are gonna once again pull some tricks out, and hopefully we can see a 2-0 score, and not losing 2-3. But I'm excited to see what we have coming up.
The high Wheaton shoves that right over to the Lions half. Looks like this one's going in. Are you kidding me? Don't ask. Don't over behind. We're gonna see the barrage. The barrage.
Oh my gosh, Nico is just dominating right now.
What a play!
That's disgusting.
Oh my gosh,
that was disgusting.
Now that was always a really nice hype video, and I'm always excited to see that. Gets the the blood flowing. But your starting lineup for the Rainbow Six Siege team for the Carthage Firebirds, running the great comp as always, running Quizby, Ice Helix, Twan, Teshi, and Xerxes, whereas the Cougars are running Wafflesbot, Dickle Pants, Soy the Bean, Kami Puppy, and Andy Bink. I love those names. Those are awesome. Every week we always have a bunch of really unique names. I remember last week there was I think it was Honster Munter, like Monster Hunter, and flip the letters.
And then we mess up all the
I started out really good. I was really confident about it. And then towards the end of the match, I remember I was saying Monster Hunter, and I'm like, I was so good, so confident. But I'm really excited to see what we have from the Firebirds. Map 1 being on Theme Park, going to be the Firebirds attacking first. What do you think we're going to see right off the gate from the Firebirds on attack?
It's tough to say on this one. I don't think the Firebirds have practiced Theme Park a little bit too much, and it's a map you don't see a lot. A lot of people love banning Theme Park, and which is a bummer because it is one of my all-time favorite maps. It's one of the ones that got me started in this game. But honestly, I say just working on how to push from different sides. There's so many different ways that you can push inside theme park, and just taking taking space one by one and completing a nice objectives list. I think that's going to be very successful on their attack side, and especially with all the hatches that are on the rooftop.
Yes. Oh yes.
Taking control of that means taking control of a lot of space, but it is risky to get in. But yeah, I'm so excited to see it.
Oh yeah. Now theme park, like you said, is not a map that many of these teams really see. Very often banned. However, we said the same thing about Skyscraper last week, and the Firebirds did really, really well. So that might be the tactic.
That might be the secret
playing
weapon.
those maps that nobody really knows to pull off some really good strategies. And I mean, last week showing the Firebirds being able to adapt really quickly. Creating basically new strategies. If they don't have strategies already set in stone. So I'm confident on theme park we might be seeing some good plays. Map, I mean, like you said, really good with those hatches, and the Firebirds having two really good roamers in their arsenal, especially Xerxes. I'm confident. This is a really roamer heavy map. A lot of good cover that roamers can hide in. Play really good. Secret areas, making sure to come up behind the other team.
Sure.
And there's some locations, especially throne room, that if you can make sure that no walls are breached, you're gonna have a great time.
Yep.
But for the pick and bans, I'm curious what are we gonna run. It looks like the Cougars are gonna be banning attacker first. Thatcher's my guess.
Yeah, I mean it's a solid pick. Yeah, there's not really anything to challenge it.
No,
other than Jekyll.
Yeah, I always hate to say, it's I wouldn't say it's not fun. The fact that Thatcher's Jackal ban.
Oh,
okay.
It's same thing.
It's probably
it's gonna be Thatcher this time.
Jackal on this map as well is very, very good. So it's gonna be a Thatcher Jackal ban. I'm very confident. If we don't see a Thatcher Jackal ban, I will be 100% shocked because this map is very good for Thatcher.
Hey, there we go.
A lot of reinforcements are very crucial to keep, and especially on throne room when you have all of those walls that can be blown open. Throne room's a really easy map or area to defend if you ensure none of those walls fall. I think it's gonna be Kate as well. Mira, another pick.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Kate the next one.
You have to with throne room. I mean, just the hatches and everything else is that you really want to get rid of. that. It's gonna help so much on attack.
Well, the same with Mira. Once again, you just put so heavily played on this map. It's these bans are just very set in stone, and it seems to be that way for a lot of these maps. Give or take one or two, we might see a.
That's also a really nice ban too. It hurts me because I love playing Legion.
I just played a Legion game about an hour ago. So it does hurt to see.
Amazing. I mean, Legion. This map was when Legion was released, and it's pretty much built around Legion. Legion is just a really good operator. He has little invisible goo mines that can detect enemy positions that are on attack, and it will do a little audio cue, and it will also poison them. It will do damage over time if you don't take it out. So it slows people down heavily.
Yeah, but I think Kaid, being still in the pool is going to be definitely a thing they're going to have to worry about. But ultimately, I don't think Elysian Band's bad.
Yeah.
But Firebirds, once again, are going to be attacking round number 1. Firebirds running that Quizby on Ace. We're going to be seeing Iced Helix on Osa. And Tuan is going to be running that Ying. We're going to be seeing Teshi using that attacker repick, switching from Buck to Twitch. And Xerxes running Iana. Now, I think a Twitch is really good on this map, especially when Kaid is in play. And looking at the Cougars lineup, Solis, Azami, Kaid, Bandit, and Oryx. Bandit and Kaid that is something you're going to want to destroy right off the bat.
Oh, most definitely. It's going to be really hard to push in if they don't get this Twitch unless it goes well, and also with those EMPs. So hopefully they got it down.
Great. And like we were saying with Throne Room, you can see how many walls are being reinforced and electrified right off the bat. Really, really important, really crucial. But Quizby running that Ace, we might be seeing some success there. And the fact that we have Iana with the frag grenades and also with the EMP grenades, I should say, definitely going to be a easier time in a sense, blowing up those walls, and it's going to be a pretty good time, I should say.
For sure.
Ice Helix positioning that drone in a really crucial location as well, making sure that they can see down that hallway. Now, that is a key hallway to kind of watch out for roamers. And we can see Tuan is going to be droning out that top floor. Both of the Firebirds, or a bunch of the Firebirds, are going to be trying to make that push, knowing that somebody's probably going to be holding above point, as that is such a popular strategy at this point with those vertical plays. And Tuan trying to do a little bit of a peek into that daycare area on that second floor, but not able to get anybody. A lot of time to be played, though.
Yeah, for sure. And as we saw of the first floor over on barrels that they have, the hatches broken into, so it's going to be really difficult to even try and to break that wall down.
Definitely. Now, Xerxes is going to be taking that slow and steady push with Ice Helix, making sure that every decision, every corner is being held and covered in a sense, making sure it's very strategic and methodical. But ultimately, I'm hoping we get somewhere soon. The Firebirds taking out one of these roamers, hopefully clearing out their action. But we're going to see a firefight on that second floor. Oryx taking a ton of damage. Tuan getting ready to pop that Yin grenade. Fortunately for the Firebirds, taking out that Oryx, we got Xerxes making sure to finish them off. Now Firebirds able to push through that second floor a little bit faster, a little bit more confidently. And hopefully successfully in this sense.
A little bit quicker, too, because there's only 35 seconds left. And Firebirds, they're spending all their resources on that second floor.
Exactly. And honestly, you just got to be careful because there are hatches, but not many hatches. And you need to be pushing from multiple angles. Hatches are really easy to kind of completely cover. As we can see here, Tuan throwing down that Yin grenade. Kind of looked almost intentional there, aiming it. But knowing that Cade is probably going to be that corner, amazing thought process there.
7
amazing
seconds.
Decision there. The bomb needing to be planted right now. Quizby is going to be planting, making sure that they can extend the round because overtime is being played. Now that it's planted, the Firebirds just need to hold the diffuser for 40 more seconds. Will we see Tuan get this angle? Having a little bit of a downward angle, will it be good for the Firebirds? I don't know, but Quizby taking a ton of damage. Tuan is able to get the refrag. 3 against 1 right now. Tuan holding that diffuser angle rather well, I think, making sure that people are surprised when they turn the corner because nobody expects something like that. As we can see there, unfortunately, though, not able to get the reaction quick enough. And the Kami Puppy is going to be diffusing as they speak, but Xerxes trying to make a peek. And fortunately, Teshi, who is expecting something along those lines, is able to come in, and cause a little bit of chaos. Firebirds taking round 1. What are your thoughts on that round?
That it was coming down to the wire, but I think the Firebirds they pushed the Cougars out very, very, very well and kind of displaced them. And then that really, really nice push by Ying going inside, flashing the entire site, getting that kill on Cade. That was integral to their success. So it was a really nice first round for the Firebirds. I was very happy with that.
Yeah, I think if they did the same thing just a little bit faster, there would have been less pressure. And, it didn't look like they made any mistakes per se. They were playing it rather smart, but it just kind of needed to be a little bit faster. You know, those room clears, you kind of need to hustle up. You can't hold an angle for too long when you are the attacker. But round 2, it looks like the Cougars are going to be running that throne room position once again, running the same comp as before. Solis, Azami, Kaid, Bandit, and Oryx. Now, we saw that double electricity definitely played a part. And Solis, I think is a good pick as well. But the Firebirds also running the exact same comp as before. We've had issues with this in the past where we run the same thing again and again, and it doesn't really work out because the other team is able to adapt. Not saying that we can't adapt faster and adapt to the adaption, counter the counter, but hard to say. We don't exactly have a good track record, but I've been proven wrong every single time I've ever done a broadcast, so I'm expecting that.
What's good with this is that we have a lot of great util to be used, and they're all very integral, and they're going to play an important role in the success of the Firebirds if they can do the same thing that did last time. And hopefully because they already did it once, they'll be a little bit quicker this time around and be a little bit more fluid. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, we can see that the Cougars only having one roamer on that second floor, it looks like. Hopefully we can see one of the Firebirds, detect that, kind of allowing them to communicate that and properly take note of someone being there. But Tuan is going to be doing that mark, but unfortunately missing that smoke grenade. Potentially, it looked. I don't know if that was an accident or calculated, but
it still looked cool.
Regardless of what happened, what happened actually worked. So, definitely not a bad choice. But because the Firebirds, unfortunately, getting picked off there real quick. However, Xerxes is going to take out that Oryx, evening the odds in favor. I wouldn't say in favor of anybody just yet, but evening the odds definitely. Making sure that they can kind of clear that second floor without a guaranteed roamer being on that location. Oryx being a dedicated roamer in a sense, especially on this map with all these destructible walls and such. Oryx is a great choice, and it's a really good thing to have, taken out. And now that they can do that second floor attack, they can kind of open up some angles from above and hopefully peek in and get some chaos. Now,
unfortunately, they don't have a lot of stuff to open it up, so this is going to be a little bit interesting. They did take a lot of space, but I really wish they would have brought a sledge or something up there with them. But it is nice to know that there won't be any roamers on second floor and they can start moving their way down right now.
Now Tuan is going to be pushing that yellow staircase, holding those angles, making sure that they can anticipate anybody. Seeing Quizby and Osa trying to get that breach from that area, the barrel room. Right angle, right on the point, and especially behind that throne is going to be crucial because, as we can see there and from past experiences, that is the place to hold an angle. There's almost always some defender holding that position. So having an angle onto it is going to be really, really good in that sense. But the Firebirds, having to really hustle up. 20 seconds left on the clock. Ice Helix taking a little bit of poke damage there. But Xerxes running it or pushing in from Dragon. Dicklepants unfortunately going to be taking out Ice Helix. The Firebirds really needing to do something very soon because the clock is ticking down. 4 seconds left.
3 seconds.
None of the Firebirds have that diffuser. And unfortunately, the Cougars are going to be taking round 2. I think they were just really slow once again, and I'd say way too slow.
I would like to say that something a little bit different is that it wasn't really the pace because they got second floor. That was a big objective. Their mistake was not bringing anybody to destroy anything on second floor to open it up. And I think that's where it fell short because there's already 4 people in sight. It's heavily guarded. It's going to be almost next to impossible to push, like with the amount of time that they had. So a little bit of a bummer, but that's all right. Second round done, all tied up.
There's a lot of seeds to be played tonight, so there's no shame in losing one round, especially when it's not a mirror match, but it's the same composition you saw for round 1. Yeah. So you gotta have that, give a little, give a little, get a little. But it looks like it. Yeah, it
give
works.
A little, get a little.
A little bit of a.
A tongue twister.
A little bit of a tongue twister, like me casting Overwatch, just rolling off the tongue, almost like starting a rap career. But it does look like we do have a little bit of technical difficulties on the Cougars. They did have a game crash, so we're gonna have to take a quick break while we get that player back in the match. Could be a little bit, could be a lot bit. We're not quite sure, but regardless, we're gonna take a quick, hopefully a quick break while we have the Cougars fix that situation. So we'll catch you in a bit.
Day has passed like a hurricane to my heart, drove it far away. See the lights on the other side. I'm going to get there and hope we will meet there.
Welcome back, everybody. Technical difficulties have been untechnical fixed, have been repaired. I thought I was going to say undifficult, but that didn't work out. I'll just say they've been fixed. And the Cougar player who had the game crash is back in the fight. And we are moving on to round 3. Firebirds and Cougars tied 1-1 on map 1 of tonight. Best of 3 series. So, Theme Park, how do you think Theme Park's going?
I think it's going pretty good. Firebirds are pushing very well, and like we said, getting the objective list and their goals down. Just need a little bit a better pace to it, and bringing the appropriate efforts. Because that last one, that was a real big bummer. Not bringing like a Sledge or a Buck or a Zofia, just to make use of that vertical play. They took the second floor, and wasn't any use for the vertical. Yeah,
but we are now switching it up. No longer on that throne worm. It looks like we're going to be on that second floor point. I believe that's Vault, and I don't even know what the name is for that other room. I think it's changed
Armory?
over the time.
Is it?
Yeah,
it's been
changed.
so long.
There's been some reworks on this map, so I don't quite know. We'll probably hear that name. But you can see on your screen, it is that second floor point. One of them is in that armory location. So regardless, we're going to see some fun stuff happening. It looks like the Firebirds running an Ace, Osa, Ying, switching to Gridlock. I like that. Do you recall who it was before? I can't quite remember.
It was Twitch, I
Yeah, it
believe.
was a Twitch. Yeah, you're right. Switching off of Twitch onto that Gridlock, I think that's a good call. This site is not very much... There's not a lot of like a gadgetry being played outside of the basic, Gridlock and those Gridlock or Jaegers, sorry. But Gridlock's gonna be really crucial, making sure you can kind of block off those doorways with entrances, and kind of alert your team when somebody walks through them. But the Firebirds already onto the second floor. Right next door to the location. Pretty good hustle there from the Firebirds. Now, they're going to be seeing that electrified wall being electrified, but because the Kaid has it placed in such a way, the secondary EMP grenade is just not going to take it out until they finally got it located. That is the interesting thing about Kaid.
Quizby's taking some damage being next to the wall.
I believe some electricity damage there. But the downside with those Kaid, or the cool thing, the trick, I should say, is that it can electrify walls through other walls. So as long as you can, put it within that radius, you'll be able to power up those walls. And as we saw there, putting it just in such a way that a typical EMP throw will not actually attack it and disable it. But Teshi hitting that wall bang, as we say, hitting somebody through the wall. Really, really good read there. I believe there was probably like a little bit of a bullet hole or something there. So that worked out, and we're going to see the Firebirds once again all pushing from the same angle. Not quite sure the strategy behind that. I think that's too risky.
Yeah, 25 seconds
but
too.
It's kind of working out. We have Tuan already on point, laying down those Ying grenades. Now, Quizby's going to be taking out three.
Dear.
We got a 3K there because the Firebirds just pushing through the exact same doorway. Wafflesbot was just able to just kind of not really have to aim, just lay down and fire at an angle. Wafflesbot getting a quad kill there. I don't know why. This is exactly what I was saying. I don't know why the Firebirds were all pushing from the exact same spot. That is like rule number 1 of FPSs is if somebody dies in front of you, don't do the same thing, let alone the whole team. But
yeah, I mean, I liked having the smokes were great. It had a good way in, but there was still 4 defenders alive.
Yeah.
Push around, like make space for yourself, claim some of that space, because once you plant the diffuser down, it switches from going on attack to defense. So you're going to want that space set to kill that timer down.
Yeah, well, and we saw Xerxes trying to do that, but there's only one Xerxes. Xerxes was the only one alive when the time ran out. They took that entire time. They pushed in really quickly, and then took a long time to open up that wall. Now, mind you, they did have the issues with the EMP grenade timings and stuff. They were able to open up the wall just slightly. But you still, you cannot commit to that whole thing. You could have 2 people sitting there, but the other 3 people should be pushing from a different angle, trying that attack.
Yeah.
Because now what you're going to see and what happened was that all 5 of the Cougars were just holding that one angle, holding the big hole that was just opened up in the wall. So hopefully this timeout that we just experienced and we just talked through is going to kind of be a wake-up call for them. But it does look like the Cougars once again are going that second floor bunk and daycare. What do you think the push is going to be from the Firebirds here?
See, this is the one side I really do not like. It's very awkward on defense, but I say try and taking control of first floor. That would be a really good step, and then going basically the same side they went last time and pushing from there. Is that because it's on the same floor, just trying to take control of the both, meet in the middle, come from both sides. That's the best way to push it. And there's a lot of different walls that you can blow up in the meantime to take that space. But you definitely got to separate a little bit on this because there's going to be a lot of opportunities for roamers on defense.
Oh, yes.
So hopefully the Firebirds recognize that and try and split off into either 2 groups or 3. And I think it would go in the Firebirds' favor for that.
Oh, for sure. I think if we saw maybe 1 or 2 of the Firebirds pushing from the windows that they pushed from the last round, on that just southern room of that point, there's 2 rooms there, one of them which has a window. The Firebirds were able to enter that. That'd be really, really good for them because they are just having kind of a direct angle onto that site. And especially if there's a rotate hole being open there, Firebirds controlling at least one Firebird controlling that room will be pretty good because it'll cause some issues and cause some pressure on the defenders.
For sure. The only risk about that, though, is that there is smoke with a shotgun that is probably going to stick around there. It's definitely high risk, high reward because there's a lot of sound going in when you're rappelling into that window. But if you can take it, you just won half the battle. And if you can stay there, too, it's going to help your team immensely.
Yeah, now we can see the Cougars' strategy is very much pushing off the site almost, gradually increasing their defensive land in a sense to kind of just reinforce everything. Nobody can get these long angles. There's always some sort of reinforced wall in the way, but the Firebirds running Thermite, I think, is a good choice over Ace. Gonna have to worry a little bit more about those bandit tricks or this Cade trick in this sense. Ice Helix, though, running Zofia. Finally, we're seeing more of that soft wall breaching. Tuan once again running Ying. Teshi running Gridlock. Gridlock, such a great choice on this. And Xerxes running Iana. We did see a little bit of a gunfight there, but unfortunately, Tuan, both of the players not reacting fast enough in a sense, not getting any shots on each other. I'll call that a win in my book. Tuan is unscathed after that and only just gaining ground as we speak. Now Xerxes going to be running this drone into office, making sure that they see that Azami in that bathroom, which, that is another angle that is really good to have because we can see the Firebirds are finally splitting up and splitting up these attack angles, and the fact that they know somebody's in that bathroom, they can slowly pinch them, move in from both sides. Now, Teshi can be running up as that Gridlock and can be getting closer and closer to the bathroom. Soy the Bean is the one in the bathroom taking a lot of damage, but Teshi has a different target in their sights and taking out Dickle Pants. Taking out Kaid is a pretty good pick. Now Teshi, though, is going to be pulling out that secondary shotgun and taking out that Azami from the Cougars. Firebirds are now able to double down on this attack. Wafflesbot taking even more damage. Xerxes finally taking out the Cougar player, and the more and more the Firebirds are pushing forward, and Kami Puppy, unfortunately, taking out and throwing that grenade, but the Firebirds doing as great as they did right there, not letting it phase them, and unfortunately for the Cougars, Firebirds taking this round, now tying it up once again 2-2. That was a great push. What do you think?
That was really good. Still timing a little bit of an issue is that Azami stayed alive way too long than she should have. But overall, Firebirds got it done, and they brought the right ops to do the job. That was a way more thought out plan and great execution, I'd say. I would like it if it not being these 10 seconds give me so much anxiety, but it is working. That was a great round.
Yeah. Now I will give it to them. It looked like Teshi and Tuan pushing in from that other side of the bathroom. Teshi, moving up to the doorway, and I would like to hope, I can't confirm it, but I'd like to hope that Tuan was watching Teshi's back. It wasn't a I'm gonna push up with you. It's a I'm gonna make sure you can hold that angle and push forward, and nobody's gonna come up behind you. And assuming that went as I said, and I'm hoping that's what happened, it worked out. It did really work out. But the Firebirds are going to be attacking Throne Room once again, switching it up, fortunately, just slightly.
Ooh, and there we go. There's that Buck.
Buck is going to be a great pick, allowing for so much vertical play. Pairing it with Quizby on that Thermite, also going to be a really good pick. And Teshi taking that Twitch. Hopefully, we can see that Teshi knows kind of where to expect these Kaid claws or the Bandit batteries. And taking them out in quick succession. Now, we do see Waffles Bot is going to be running Warden, which is a direct counter to Tuan's Ying, and Tuan has been a really, really good Ying player. So, will we see Tuan be able to overpower the counter? Hard to say at this point, especially when it looks like 4 of the 5 Cougar players have C4 or impact grenades.
Yeah.
That is going to be a whole nother thing they have to worry about.
Yeah, what's a little bit scary with that, back to the Warden thing against Tuan, is that if Ying plays the same way, dropping down that hatch, Warden's just going to stop her immediately. That's extremely scary, but I think that that Tuan does recognize that, and I have confidence that it's going to work well.
Yeah, definitely. Is definitely a smart play we've seen from Tuan, but it's just not what you want to do as Warden. But we see Teshi pushing from castle entrance and pushing faster and faster onto that balcony. A bunch of the Firebirds players are on that balcony, and I don't know if that's something they want. And Andy Bing taking out Ice Helix, though. Tuan is going to take out Waffles Bot. Firebirds, evening it out 4-4, but the clock is ticking down. They've been slow on these pushes before, so, we just really have to kind of speed that up a bit.
Oh, dear.
Tuan throwing in those Ying grenades, not knowing somebody's behind him, but because Soy the Bean was able to just kind of take their time and aim and avoid the grenade, it's just... They're able to get the pick. However, Xerxes rushing in, getting that refrag. Teshi taking out Andy Bink. It is now 2-2. Firebirds having 50 seconds. Now Teshi placing that Claymore is going to be a good call there. I'm fully expecting that to happen. Now, I don't know which Firebird has the diffuser. It looks like Xerxes finally does. You got to plant. You got 40 seconds left. You can't wait till these last second plays over. And it's happened time and time again, and I'm hoping they don't do that again.
For sure, yeah. This one is going to be a little bit better, it being all tied up at 2-2, but it's still super scary. They do need to get in sight.
Yeah, now we do see Xerxes running through that joint corridor, entering the drone camera in the middle of the corridor.
Oh, no, that Azami's going to slow him down.
Yeah, that Azami is definitely going to slow him down, especially with this time. And because they waited till the last second, you need to do something. Now, it did look like one of them blew open that wall, but Teshi rushing in. Unfortunately, Kami Puppy taking out Teshi and Xerxes. Always heartbreaking to see, but I don't know. Again, it just came down to really slow.
Yeah, from there, I would have tried pushing to the other side. The one going from there, one going from the other side. That might have been better, but there really wasn't much you could have done with that lack of time and no one to really breach in. So that a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, but
okay. In my year of casting Siege, I don't think we would ever see the day that we are seeing a Blackbeard being played.
Oh,
we are seeing Tuan pull the Blackbeard, trying to counter the Warden. Honestly, I don't know what to expect here.
I
Blackbeard is
honestly
just,
respect it if it's going on the second floor and they're choosing to rappel in.
it might be
That
could
might-
be the move.
Yeah,
Could be the move.
that is smart.
It could be the move.
Oh wait, never mind.
Just kidding. You know, we have a whole moment here hyping up Twan on Blackbeard.
I was actually looking forward to
I
it.
was looking forward to it too, but no, you're going back to Ying. Going back to the boring
I'll
play.
take it.
Not boring, because Twan is always awesome on Ying, but you know, that's the typical, the default pick, I guess. You know, just prove me wrong, Twan. Don't be a one trick, as we say. Make sure that you can play other people. But again, no, here's another thing. I always say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Twan on Ying has proven to be an absolute dominance on the game field, I should say, time and time again. So don't change it. You know, it's just always good to see, you know, operators we don't see all the time to spice it up, spice things up a bit. It's not the same attack over and over again. But Quizby running Thermite and Ice Helix on Osa once again. Twan running Ying, Teshi on that Gridlock, and Xerxes on Iana. I think Gridlock is the move here. I think definitely having her in that arsenal is going to be the move.
For sure, yeah, and I think that was Bandit. I don't think that he realizes that the drone, he's being spotted out.
I always feel like
Somebody's
watching me.
I really want
And
to
it's
see.
probably Quizby. Oh, yeah. I made that
There
work.
we go.
I made that work.
Now it can't get
Somebody clip that, please. Oh, my gosh. I love that.
That was awesome.
I really hope that's it. There you go. I can end my career there. I made a song work perfectly. I'm proud of that one. I'm not letting that one go.
That was awesome. I liked it.
I know. But Quizby is going to be taking a little bit of damage there. But the Firebirds, I'm really hoping move again. But because Xerxes is just going to yeet this grenade over and take somebody out, putting them onto the ground and causing a otherwise great time for the Firebirds.
To the left.
Yeah. Xerxes, though, not able to get the finishing blow. Will we see
There we go.
Twan finishing him off? You know, there you go. It's all about that.
Teamwork.
It's all about Twan on that Ying. Now, here's the funny thing. Just having 2 Bandit batteries and the Kaid Claw, the Cougars did not want anybody opening up that wall. But because Twan was able to push in, it worked out. Now, Pants is going to be taking out Teshi for the Cougars. Firebirds are going to be planting. Quizby's planting the diffuser. And now the Firebirds only have to defend. They have 40 seconds to defend the diffuser or take him out. But I think the Firebirds should focus on defense at this point. You know, don't push in. Don't be a hero. Don't try and be the hero and hold out for a hero. But that's exactly what Twan's going to do, because Twan is on another level, getting a double kill there. And Ice Helix finishing off the remaining player for the Cougars, and the Firebirds are going to take this round. Here's this momentum they're taking. Here's this gradual increase, which is always great to see. But, you know, always you know, hit or miss. You know, it really is heartbreaking to see if the Firebirds kind of get this far, then come back. But a 3-3 tie is always great to see.
Oh, looks like they're calling a pause.
It does look like there's going to be another pause here. It does look like a slight rule dispute. Not quite sure how that's going to go. So we might have to take a break in a few seconds. But before that, what do you think the winning condition is? Do you think the Firebirds, what do you think they're getting better at and need to continue or improve on to keep winning?
I think better pace. I mean, now they know where they're pushing. They have like even more clear objectives, and they're executing on it. Is that was a really good push, getting a nice double kill, and then the Cougars had to readjust to it, and it really hurt the defense. Even though this defense is probably some of the best defense we've seen so far this year.
Yes.
And it's been really tough. But the Firebirds are finding these little points to put some pressure on. And it's been working out so far, so I'm hoping that they can continue it. This is going to be a little bit tougher going back to the throne room.
Yeah, but because it's round 7, the Firebirds are now going to be on attack. On defense.
I just realized that.
No, I just noticed that too. I completely forgot. It's round 7, so the Firebirds are now on that attacking move. Maybe this is their win condition. Really hammering down this defense. Quizby's running that Thunderbird Ice Helix running Kaid, Twan running Jaeger, Teshi running Mute, and Xerxes is going to be running Oryx. Now, for the Cougars, Waffles is playing Osa. Pants is playing Fuse. Fuse is somebody we don't see. It is probably going to be a menace to the Firebirds on defense. Ultimately, somebody I'm shocked we don't see more often of. But
the only problem is that if there's roamers on second floor, you're going to have to... Uh-oh.
It's always fun to
Pants
see. I'm not
isn't
quite
moving.
sure what's happening. They're having...
Oh,
I think
little
they're
dance
trying...
party.
They're waiting for some sort of... I'm not quite sure what's happening right now.
I like it, little dance party.
Yeah. I think Fuse on this map, I think, is definitely a good call. But, you know, it's always, I think Fuse being able to just unleash a cluster charge in through a wall is great, especially now that you can do it through reinforced walls.
Yeah, for sure. I'm
not quite sure what is happening as we speak. I really don't. They called a rule violation.
This is usually what I like to
So I'll explain.
When I play Siege.
I'll explain the situation. So basically,
a lot of good
the rule violation. The Cougars said that I believe Twan playing Ying was running a character skin. Now character skins are not allowed in the NECC. That is in the rulebook, very explicit. But it's interesting because I don't know why Twan would be running a skin, because in previous weeks we've seen that Twan was not running a skin. So I'm not quite sure what the Cougars are really doing right now. If anything, kind of just stall. I don't know, but it looks like whatever's happening, we're probably going to take a quick break because this is just I don't know what's happening, but all the Firebirds are leaving, so this might be a decent. Looks like we're gonna rehost.
Oh,
so
okay.
We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back when we get everything situated and hopefully have a summary of what happened. So we'll see you in a bit.
many times I fell. I learn, but I'm weak when you smile at me, can't you tell? I yearn for that someone to bear with me. I'm hanging on to, I'm kind of fragile, so to speak, but my heavy heart knew you could be the new beginning, knew you could be the new beginning. My heavy heart is broken, but you could mend it for the night. You think about how many times I fell. I learned that I'm weak when you smile at me, can't you tell? That I yearn for that someone to bear with me. I'm hanging on to, I'm kind of fragile, so to speak, but my heavy heart knew you could be the new beginning, knew you could be the new beginning. My heavy heart is broken, but you could mend it for the night.
Welcome back, everybody. After that short little delay, there was some rule violations being discussed, and the penalty. Now, the official result of that is now the Firebirds are losing a point, and the Cougars are gaining a point. It is now going to be 4-2 in the series on map 1. Still a lot that the Firebirds could still come back, especially now that the Firebirds are going to be starting on defense, and you know they haven't really. I mean, we've seen some good defense from them in past games. So what are you expecting?
I mean, really, I say this map is kind of defense-sided, so it's going to be a little bit easier. There's going to be some roaming going on, especially when you're in throne room. Sorry. Had to think about it for a minute. But when you're in throne room, you definitely want some people watching upstairs just to make sure there's no buck, no fuse. What we're going to see right there is fuse. Because that's a big problem. It kind of flushes everybody out, and it makes it a very awkward sight. But other than that, there's some great defenses on it. There's some great walls that you can reinforce and just electrify, and it's tough to get in. There's also that hatch up above you can break over in barrels, and it's just it's really tough to get in.
It is.
You need to push from the top to get rid of that just so you can destroy it. So there's a lot of ways that you can kill that clock. As we saw, it was so tough for the Firebirds to even push on attack because there's so many different things and objectives you have to go through just to open up sight.
Yeah. Now, I think throne room is going to be really, really difficult for the attack, but also just really watching your play. You know, you need to have roamers, sure, but you need to also have that defense on point, and that is something the Firebirds have kind of struggled with. We have really, really good roamer presence, but sometimes those roamers need to kind of push back, at a certain point when there's nobody else on point. Like when the other team is able to attack, basically, it's just you need to kind of return back to point that roaming. And we've seen the improvement from those who are roaming for the Firebirds. Xerxes especially has been a dominant roamer, and I believe it's kind of switched off. Every once in a while, we'll see Ice Helix being that secondary roamer, and it's good to have. Now, outside of Throne Room, though, you have bunks and daycare. You have the office, and I think it's Shrine. I think it's technically called Shrine. And all the and we have yet to see the cocaine room or the money room. We have yet to see those.
Yep.
The classic first floor
drug
point.
lab. It is a classic, absolute classic. But it's not gone. Not a lot of people go it too much.
Yeah.
It is not a fun one to defend. But if you do have a frost, it makes it really helpful because there's some windows in there that it's just great. Great to have some traps down. So trap operators are kind of dominant on lab, but it's going to be exciting, especially for roaming again. Is that there's a lot of good places you can hide, and there's a lot of good places that when you make your way back, you're probably going to run into a few attackers on your way back. So it's just beneficial. What's the word? Not like roam sighted, but roam encouraged.
Yeah, recommended.
So it's interesting. That's why I love this map. It's always been a favorite of mine, even before the rework where they had trains. I love the trains.
Oh yeah,
they were awesome.
I never the first release of this map I never played to the point.
It was beautiful.
There was a certain period of Siege that I kind of took a year-long hiatus or something. It was about around that time, and then I came back, and here we are. The rest is history. But this map definitely, like you said, really, really good with roamers. So outside of that, though, what do you think the rest of the Firebirds really excel on defense? Like, I know we see Ice Helix play Jaeger every once in a while. Teshi playing a mute or a smoke. So what do you expect from them?
Mainly time killing. Is that they're really good at killing time and making it very anxious to push them. It's going to be awkward for attackers to push them if they push it in the ways that the Firebirds want them to. If they try and mix it around, take those roamers out, it's going to be a lot easier of a time. Because I think we've been having problems just locking down a site. There's always been one spot that attackers would heavily push, and it would just ruin the rest of our lines of sight. It would ruin the space that we take, and then everything just starts crumbling down. So I think adjusting to those plays is going to be crucial, and just making sure that these roams go through and go down. Because we saw last week, we saw some great roams, great improvements, and hopefully we'll see it again. Because this is the map to do it on. I'm hoping that is going to be our advantage and our pro.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the defense. The Firebirds still a lot of room to come back in, and also this is only map 1, so a lot of Siege to be played here, and we're just over less than an hour onto this first map, and we're only on round 7, so this is definitely a slow and steady race, but. Will we see the Firebirds be the tortoise and taking their time coming back, or will we see the Cougars being the rapid hare? Or also I guess no. I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say the rapid hare that wins, because at no point does the hare win. Also the tortoise in the different scenario where the Cougars.
We're getting an English lesson.
Yeah,
literary. Literature.
Yeah, they should call me Shakespeare. They'll call me Shakesbeard.
I like it.
My God.
I love it.
Oh, somebody write that down. I need that. I need that in my life. Shakesbeard.
I love it. I'm gonna make a little sticker of it. Now.
Do it. I want you to make me a sticker of Shakespeare. We need an emote as well of me holding, alas, poor Horatio, or something.
Very
like that
nice,
sort.
in the theta.
Yeah. But we're now on defense. Firebirds round 7. On that defense, Quizby running Kaid, Twan running Oryx, Teshi running Mute, Ice Helix running Azami, and Xerxes running Jaeger. Normally we're seeing Xerxes on that Oryx, but this time we're seeing Tuan. That is an interesting choice, an interesting switch. Now, Tuan is a phenomenal player, and so is Xerxes, so I have no doubt that that switch is going to have... when I say minimal effect, I mean they're both going to still do really well. There's no doubt about that. But I'm curious to see how the Firebirds are going to play against the lineup. Now we do see the Cougars pulling a Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi is probably the worst person you want, or the best person you want on this map if you're playing with her. Worst person if you're defending, because that when you send a phone call to the defenders, you're alerting the entire map basically to their location. And the Firebirds, when you're roaming, that is the opposite of what you want. You don't want anybody to know you're there. And Waffles Bot using that drone.
Oh, wow, look at that. The Cougars are making great pace.
Yeah, Pants is already on Yellow Staircase. Not even working into point, working upstairs. So kind of rotating around, using the stairs, taking their time. And as Sledge, you're going to be opening up a lot of holes in the floor, being able to peek through. So hopefully the Firebirds can kind of catch them in the act and stop those vertical plays from doing anything. And Soy the Bean getting a really, really, I wouldn't say lucky, but just a pretty funny shot into the wall, immediately opening it up right onto Xerxes. Unfortunate to see. Kind of need to be careful about that. Xerxes having to be careful. Anybody on defense when you're roaming needs to be kind of careful for a push of that sort. But Soy the Bean kind of laying out some covering fire, maybe drowning some of the Firebirds out. But as we can see through our special spectator vision, we can see that the Firebirds are now pretty much all back on point. So the push is what's important now. 50 seconds are on the clock. We will see how this goes. It's going to be a very important couple seconds here. Now Tuan is still off site though, holding some angles and going to be taking out and the diffuser. The Firebirds now taking out that diffuser carrier. Now all we have to see is Tuan hold that diffuser, hold that long angle, hold that long hallway, and stop anybody from pushing in. Now Tuan is going to be meeting the same fate that he has caused time and time again with that Ying charge.
But that's a lot of time down. 15 seconds remain.
Great call there. Now, and also the attackers don't have any hard breach outside of the secondary hard breach, which takes time on its own. I believe it's an 8-second charge. And Ice Helix, Teshi,
we go.
Everybody getting a pick, everybody getting a kill, and the Firebirds turning from a 4v3 to a 3v0 in this. I should say the Firebirds having 4 people, and then against 3 people, or no.
There's something. Right. There's a lot of
numbers, sometimes letters and names. Proper noun.
There's that Shakespeare again.
There's my Shakespeare.
Do it in your little accent.
I cannot hold an accent if my life depended on it. If I was being tied up and somebody said, do a British accent for at least 30 seconds without messing up, I'm just saying, I can't. It would turn into a Boston accent, and then it would turn Australian, maybe Irish there. It'll just go in the span of 30 seconds. It'll see every country in the world at that point. But a lot to a little, and then having a great time. That was the summary of the last couple seconds there on that round. But the Firebirds, once again, on defense, kind of working up that score. Back from 2-4 to a 3-4. Firebirds. If the Firebirds win this round, they are evening it up once again, and I'm hoping that that's what we see.
And it looks like we have a Capcan, which is going to be really good against that Montaigne.
Oh yes, now Capcan is a threat, especially on this map. Having these deployable tripwires, basically trip mines that you can put on doorways, and having a near invisible laser. So when you walk through it, you're going to have an awful time. And that is what happens time and time again, even if you die.
It's kind of funny, though.
It is funny, because there are so many rounds that have been won because the last person alive accidentally walks through the one.
Exactly. So, and as we've seen with this, the time killing that the Firebirds have been doing, you're going to get so nervous just trying to push site. that you're gonna run into a few of these guys, and it's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how Xerxes performs on that Capcan. Now the Cougars are going to be running a Montaigne, having a very tall body tall shield, basically just completely invulnerable and bulletproof from the front. Firebirds are not running a smoke, who is a great counter to Monty. How do you think Monty's going to be?
I think Monty's going to work pretty well on this as long as the Capcan traps get destroyed, because it is very close quarters, so it's going to be really tough to get rid of them. But there are a lot of impacts and a lot of C4, so I think just trying to dodge those is going to be... Oh, and there's already one, so that's going to hurt a lot. It's going to bring that Monty down to half health. So if he can avoid the rest of them, I think Monty is going to be a big resource in winning this game.
Back in my day, those Capcan traps would be an insta-kill.
Oh, yeah.
Be an insta-kill. Unfortunately, no longer, but still doing half health against the Monty. That's really good.
Uh-oh.
But using that grenade, now Monty's going to be hiding in the corner. Here's the strategy with Monty, is you run in, you plant the diffuser, and then you stand on top of it in a corner.
And you make sure that no one can shoot your back.
Exactly. 50% of the time, it works every time. I say that, and Monty's taken out right off the bat. So the Firebirds taking out a Sledge and a Monty. Really good picks there. Now, unfortunately, Xerxes has been taken out of the fight. Having Capcan out of the fight is heartbreaking to see, but because those traps still stay in the play, could still get 1 or 2 more kills pending if Xerxes placed them. Now, Ice Helix taken out of the picture. 3 of the Firebirds remain. Andy Bink, though, on the Cougars, having just barely any health, and Soy the Bean taking even more damage there. It is looking good for the Firebirds, but a lot more has happened. The Firebirds have lost this. Teshi getting that triple kill. Will we see another kill? Unfortunately, Quizby's taking out.
There we go!
Oh my gosh, we called it. We said those Capcan traps, when you are in those last moments, when you're alone and you're not having the time to look for those, and you forget to look for those, that is exactly what's going to happen.
It's almost like you can feel it too, because you ever get those moments when you walk through a door, it's like, oh no way.
Yeah.
Capcan, and then you blow up.
It's like those old Looney Tunes when Wile E. Coyote ran off the cliff and he pauses there and he holds up his sign. That is exactly what it is when you have those Capcan traps.
Yeah, it is so much fun. That's why it's just one of my favorite operators.
Oh yeah. Now round 9, Firebirds coming back from this now the 2-round loss. Because of that rule violation, we did have the Firebirds now losing 2-4 and now winning 2 in a row, tying it up. This momentum's good, and the defense needs to continue. I see very few flaws in the Firebirds defense. You know, they're just playing it really well. They're coming back. They're allowing 1 or 2 picks to happen, but it's like sacrificing a pawn in chess. You know, you lose it, but it's to gain some sort of advantage. In this sense, drowning out a fire or drowning out a gadget or something of that nature.
Yeah. This one's going to be the big test, though. This is not an easy site to defend. There's some advantages and disadvantages to it, but hopefully the Firebirds can fit through, because it is really awkward to stay in sight itself. So you want to have a lot of roamers around, but if the attackers get in, it's a little bit tricky to take it back.
I agree. Now, there's just, as you said, it's really tricky to stay on point. There's not much cover on those points.
And a lot of walls that can be shot through as well.
Yeah, and playing those long angles, making sure you're not front and center is crucial. But we'll see how the Firebirds do with that, running a similar comp. Now, Xerxes is running that Valkyrie, which those cameras are really good on this map, really good. There's a lot of locations to play those cameras. And, I mean, we do see that Kami Puppy for the Cougars is running that Twitch. But will it be enough? Will Twitch be able to get to point and deactivate those Electro Claws, with that laser? Or will they be taken out by those mute jammers or just one of the Firebirds shooting it? Now, Pants is going to be pushing through that arcade toilet on that first floor, coming below the Firebirds. Seeing that camera immediately getting shot out. So now one of the Firebirds is probably calling out saying, hey, there's somebody who was in arcade toilets, was pushing in, and I'm curious how we're now. As we can see here, though, the Cougars have opened up a decently long angle on the point, but because the Firebirds are kind of playing off point, if you're holding good enough angles, you can still defend point without being on point. So I'm hoping we see some progress here from the Firebirds. Wafflesbot pushing or picking up, I should say, that OSA shield and repositioning it to get a little bit of a better angle. But we can see through our spectator vision that Firebirds aren't on point. They're holding these really good angles. There might be 1 or 2 Firebirds on point, but they're holding good enough angles that they're not having an issue. And because the recoil is just so important on this game, Kami Puppy missing that headshot.
Yeah, this is a really good way to defend, but at the same time, if that OSA goes in and just plants the shield... I
don't know, not quite sure what just happened there. I think both players were not noticing, Teshi and Pants were just not noticing that there was somebody standing right in front of them until Pants kind of just woke up in a sense.
Yeah,
but
Pants is in a great spot right now.
Oh, yeah. Pants, bad to see. Getting a kill there. But Tuan and Quizby getting some really good final picks there, evening the odds. Unfortunately, Firebirds are now down to 2 people, and the diffuser has been planted. Firebirds needing to push in now, and Kami Puppy having such a good angle on the shield. It does look like Xerxes was expecting it, though, and because Xerxes having that impact grenade is going to take out that OSA shield. Now 20 seconds left on the clock. Xerxes is able to somehow dodge all of those shots laid out from Andy Bink. And Quizby's in the room, though, with Andy Bink, not knowing that they're there, though. And Tuan pushing in is able to take him out. And now Quizby downing. Quizby needs to defend.
Quick.
Diffuse! Oh my god, this is going to be split second. I don't think it's going to be it. I don't think it's going to be it. Oh! There was like 0.2 seconds left.
Oh, dear.
Heartbreaking. But truly heartbreaking to see.
What a great attack. That was amazing. A great attack and great defense. But I will just say, opening up that entire wall and using OSA for those long angles, that was just really well done. And that sledge going in, having a really good angle, just getting that Azami out. That was crucial.
Yeah.
But Firebirds did bring it back. It was just a hair too late.
Just a hair. If Quizby had noticed the down just literally 0.2 seconds sooner, we probably would have seen a win there for the Firebirds. But unfortunately, not able. 0.2 seconds, if you think that's a lot of time, it's not really, but it's just enough time in this game. In this game, it's a lot, but in reaction times, that's, just kind of, you have to realize something in a split second. Always heartbreaking to hear, or always heartbreaking to see. But Firebirds have a few more chances left for this defense, running the same comp pretty much. But we are going to see Xerxes running that Jaeger instead of Valkyrie. So I'm excited to see. I think Jaeger on Throne Room is the play. What do you think?
For sure. I mean, we saw it last time. It just gets a lot of the throwables out of the way, whether it be stuns, whether it be just nades. It's going to help out a lot. So hopefully it works out again. And let's see how the Cougars are going to push it this time.
Yeah, now probably once again doing a second floor push, kind of just clearing out those roamers or anybody who could potentially be causing some issues. Hard to say. Soy the Bean looking on that drone camera through office, but because Teshi is running mute, they're going to have to be a little bit smarter about this. They're going to have to position drones in such a way that aren't too close to point, because you can't do that. But Pants is going to be dropping into control room. Hopefully that roaming Firebird knows they're there. You can see Wafflesbot taking a ton of damage. Wafflesbot is playing Blitz, though. I didn't even notice that. To talk about that, and Wafflesbot is taken... is downed in the process, but unfortunately Xerxes is taken out and not able to finish off that kill. Now Blitz is an interesting pick that I completely forgot to talk about. Having a shield and being able to run in really fast, and that shield could take it could cause some bright lights, blinding the person. It's almost like a lightning bolt, or you're a paparazzi taking some really cute photos.
Oh yeah.
Cute photos of celebrities who don't want their photo taken. Otherwise, causing some issues and blinding any defenders who are in their way. Now, Blitz is really good at running fast, like Sonic the Hedgehog. But unlike Sonic the Hedgehog, has a pretty good vulnerability. Just take out the feet. You know, when you're running at a blitz, or if a blitz is running at you, just kind of look down in a sense. And that's kind of what we saw there from Xerxes.
Or you run away too.
Or you run away.
I like running away, and then I find one of my teammates with impacts, and I'm just like, help, 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 help.
Or you run a smoke. Unfortunately, though, Firebird's not running a smoke and losing Teshi there to Soy the Bean. Firebird's losing numbers really, really quickly here, and it is very scary, horrifying, frightening, all those adjectives. Twan, though, taking out that blitz once and for all in that storage room and using Oryx like we normally, or we rarely see, oddly enough, on that Oryx. Breaking down that wall, being able to cause some quick rotate holes, quick rotations too, and also being able to jump up hatches. That is a feature of Oryx that is not really talked about, is the fact that you can jump through.
Oh, dear.
Unfortunately, though, Andy Bing getting a double kill there. It is now up to Twan. Twan versus the world. Will we see Twan be able to do it? Able to get a pick there, using the Oryx dash to get out of the way. And the, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I was not that. Oh my gosh!
Words.
I was
Words
not
and
expecting
letters.
that. Words, letters, proper nouns. That was a phenomenal play by Twan. Oh my gosh,
That was
Oryx
sneaky.
charge. That was genius.
So sneaky.
That was sneaky and genius. Nobody was expecting that. Oh my gosh, Twan, the savior of that round. That was it. That was what you needed. After that round from Quizby, unfortunately, Quizby, having that small that small bit of time being able to work with, having that redemption was just, that was beautiful.
That was awesome.
That was as sweet as you can be.
I am never doubting Oryx again.
I'm never doubting Twan either. I mean,
that was pretty cool.
Oh my god, that was play of the night in my opinion. 100% play of the night. I was not expecting the time. I was not really paying attention at the time. I saw they were planting. I go, oh no,
this might work.
It's gonna work out. I was like, Twan's gonna take out the diffuser, but then they're gonna plant, and then
I love when Twan was running. I was like, I better get out of here.
It's funny. I heard them scream from out there, so they were cheering as well. But tying up the rounds 5-5. This is where it gets interesting because it is win by 2. And we're only on map 1, so.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, boy. This is going to be a great night. It is a great Valentine's Day, though, that.
My Siri activated.
Hey, Siri, what's going on?
No, don't activate it again.
Oh, my gosh. All right, round 11, 5-5. It is win by 2. So the Firebirds or the Cougars have to win 2 in a row in order to end it here. Not ended here, ended 2 games from now. But if it's back and forth, we're going to be seeing, probably 4 more matches. Or 4 more rounds, I should say.
Oh, I was like, wait, what?
4 more. If we somehow get to a game 5, I will be very confused.
I have to do art homework tonight.
I have, yeah, me too.
I have to draw a loon.
Yeah. Ooh. You should draw Twan running away as Oryx. It's a safety.
Away from a loon. I like that. Picasso.
Hey, but they're playing Blackbeard. The Cougars are playing Blackbeard.
I like it.
So we can hype up.
I respect it.
It could be the move. Wafflesbot running that Nomad. Now Nomad being a great post-plant operator, making sure that Twan can't do that again. If we see that again from Twan, I'm going to. Well, I won't do anything because I was gonna say I'll buy him dinner, but I don't. I'm a college student, so I don't have the money to buy dinner.
Oh, we can just go to the cafeteria.
Yeah, we can go to the cafeteria. Twan, if you're seeing this, maybe.
Calf is on me.
We'll see that. But Firebirds running a similar situation on second floor this time, though. Twan is going to be roaming once again, and that Blackbeard is going to be coming in handy very, very soon, especially when you're rappelling. Now, when you're rappelling like that, though, your entire body is showing, so you don't aim at the shield, you aim at the body, and you're going to have a great time. the shield protects at this point, I believe, like 1 or 2 shots. I believe that's
it's pretty weak.
Back in my day, it was enough health that you could use it as basically a shield op.
I think it was 500, I believe.
Yeah.
That was.
Now, I will point this out. Ice Helix, though, using Azami as intended by the developers, you know,
Whoa!
and Pants taking out Waffles with a grenade there, that's a pretty good pick for the Firebirds. I'll take that. I'll classify that because now they don't have to worry about a Nomad. Teshi taking a ton of damage there, unfortunately, in office, but Firebirds are probably going to rotate rather quickly and hopefully defend it. We do see Ice Helix playing, causing a little bit of chaos there in the typical Ice Helix fashion, but it's just Xerxes not going to let that get to him. Taking out Pants, Ice Helix taking out Soy the Bean. It is now 4v1.
There we go.
And the Firebirds taking round 11. Twan getting another little bit of a showboat there.
Oryx wants to be the star tonight, and I respect it.
Oh, yeah. Great to see. But match point here. Firebirds, if they win this round, they win map 1. Despite the penalty they had to face earlier, coming back and showing dominance, hopefully continues into map 2. Hard to say, though, because map 2 is probably going to be, I'm not quite sure I kid. Map 2 is Villa. As I look to my notes, map 2 is going to be Villa, which is another map the Firebirds have experience, now have more experience on than Theme Park. But still not a ton of experience on, especially in the competitive setting. They have played it last year or whatever, but not, you know, something we'll see, so that'll be interesting. However, looking at the compositions, we do see the Cougars playing your favorite operator.
Oh, I thought I was thinking League of Legends, and I was like, Renata Glask, and I was like, wait, that's not in this game. Sorry,
No.
I wasn't thinking. Wait, which one?
Amaru.
Wait. She is not. No, she's not my favorite.
Who is your favorite operator then?
For defense, I have to go with Legion, which is a bummer why they banned him. For attack, Ying.
Really?
Is that honestly Blood Orchid, the exact same operation that this came out, was my favorite one of all time. And at best operators, I say, you know, you had Ella, Ying, and Legion. It was a really fun map at the time.
Oh my God.
I thought it was great.
Back when they released more than one operator per season. Oh, the good old days.
It was great.
Oh, the good old days. Back when they actually had like far more consistent, no battle passes. I'm a little salty about that, but it's okay.
I
I'm
love
fine.
the
We're all
year
fine.
passes though. The year passes were so cool, and then they had the flags of the operators that would come during the year and be like, "Ooh, what's it gonna be?" And like you can see the boots and all that, but you wouldn't see anything else. You'd see like the outline, but then you wouldn't know who it was, and then you'd speculate for an entire year. And then when they came out, it's just like, "Oh, that wasn't actually as cool as I thought it'd be."
Did you rehearse that?
No, it's something I had on my mind for a while.
I'm glad you let that. I'm glad you got that out of your system.
But it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I loved it.
I just let you go. I was just like, all right, go for it.
I have a lot of lore that I like to say.
Hashtag slay, Toner. Hashtag slay.
Yeah.
But match point, Firebirds. Unfortunately, Quizbee's taken out right away. I completely missed why or how. But hopefully we do see a little bit better plays coming forward because they're at that disadvantage. Now we did see that Monty. Ooh. We do see that Waffles bot is playing Monty. And it's funny because Soy the Bean's playing Amaru, which Amaru having a really good LMG in a sense, but the gadget is near useless outside of grappling up hatches. Which even then, the Firebirds having Oryx can do the same thing.
Wouldn't that be so cool? She could do it inside and then just like rappel through a doorway and kick someone on the other side.
That would be cool, but I think that'd be difficult. Now, Xerxes, though, taking out Pants, evening the odds, taking out Nomad is going to be a really good post-plant situation. Now, Twan is going to be pushing in, jumping up, out into a hatch, taking out Twitch. Unfortunately, he's going to be falling to that Amaru, but because the Firebirds are going to immediately make that call, going to be calling it out. Now, Teshi is going to be having to deal with a 2v1 situation, one of which is going to be that Monty getting a little bit of a shot there with a shotgun, doing some damage, but not enough to Monty. Unfortunately, is going to be taken out now. It is Ice Helix and Xerxes left. But Xerxes going to be taking out that Amaru. Andy Bink has just a little bit of health.
20
and if the
seconds.
Firebirds play their cards right, it'll be a 2-1 against just the Monty, which ultimately is a good pick because Monty's you can't do that.
There we go.
Now, there we go. 2v1 Firebirds
10
against
seconds.
a Monty. Now Wafflesbot has the diffuser, and if it's planted, it's not going to be good. Now here though, the clock is ticking down. Will we see Wafflesbot plant? Not quite. And Wafflesbot's not going to plant. The Firebirds coming back from a 2-point deficiency, coming back and winning it all. 5 games in a row, or 5 rounds in a row.
That was great.
That was what we needed. That was what we needed last week. That was the confidence, the speed and agility that we wanted and have. And I am so excited to see that.
It's exactly what we were hoping for. It was great roaming, great spacing, great pacing. Just everything was conjoined together. We did have a little bit of a hiccup on that.
Hiccup.
A little bit of a hiccup. But
no, well, even the round that Quizby lost, there's no shame in that.
it was no shame. It was.
I shouldn't even phrase it that way. The round that Quizby lost.
It was
round
great.
That it was, yeah.
It was very well done. Oh,
yeah.
I thought they were good.
No,
there was another round, but
yeah.
it was amazing. It hands down a very good map for both teams. We saw some great attacks and great defense, and I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen for Villa.
I'm excited, and we're only just over an hour in, so we're gonna take a quick 5-minute intermission while we get both maps situated and the transition over, and we'll be here for map 2. So stay tuned.
ya? Quit playing with my head. Why don't you give me a break? I'm just through. When it comes to loving you, could you give me a break? I'm just through. When it comes to loving you.
Gotta put the cord back.
How's it going? I apologize for my co-host here. Struggling with the
Sorry,
headset
I was
cord.
putting the cord.
Struggling a little bit with
I
the
was
headset.
putting the cord behind me.
Do a little wraparound. It's okay. A little
I was
wraparound.
trying, dude.
But
It
we
was-
are back for map 2 of this potentially three map series, best of 3 series, I should say. Carthage Firebirds versus the SIUE Cougars. Map 1 was an interesting one. Firebirds, kind of back and forth there, tying it up 3-3, and then having a rule violation. So Tuan apparently was using a skin, and the NECC has a rule for Rainbow Six Siege: no skins outside of the pro play and the esports skins, because some skins give an advantage in camouflage or whatever.
Totally,
So-
because I use that for my ranked games. I'm like, I use the best camouflage skins, and I'm like, I can lay down and no one knows I'm here, and
Wow.
it's great.
But so Tuan using that skin, the violation cost the Firebirds a single point. So then they became a 4-2, and then the Firebirds just continuing, winning about 4 or 5 games in a row, losing 1, but that was solely because there was like a 0.25 second
Oh, it was such a
interval
bummer.
where Quizby had to realize that they knocked the last remaining Cougar, and then turn and find the diffuser. Now, 0.25 seconds is a lot of time and no time. To do that takes about 0.25 seconds, maybe I'd say 0.28 seconds.
Got the
And
specifics.
Quizby had I'm making up these numbers 100%, but it was a fraction of a second, and that fraction of a second was the time that the Cougars needed, and unfortunately not able to do it. But there's no harm, no shame in that round. It was ultimately, the best they could do.
It was
But
cool though.
Ultimately, the Firebirds having some really good rounds, some rounds that I think are definitely going in a highlight reel. But ultimately, Firebirds winning map 1. We are now in a map 2 on Villa, another map that the Firebirds don't really see that often.
Mm-hmm. Which is a big bummer because this is played a lot in ranked.
Yeah.
It's a really big ranked map. But it is, to me, it's always been kind of an awkward map. I kind of made a little tier list of the maps that I like. This one sits in the middle. There's some really good places to hold, and then there's some really awkward. I like that. I like that.
This is what we in the biz call a target ban, meaning, hey, we don't want this one player to use somebody in terms of, hey, we think that we're scared of them or otherwise, and that is very much what we call a target ban. The Cougars banning Ying because Tuan caused some issues for the Cougars. So the Cougars are like, all right, we're not dealing with that. And no Thatcher ban. No Thatcher. This might be the first time. This is
Well, on this map, it doesn't matter too much. Not too many places. Except pretty much all second floor, but you can bring EMP. I mean, if he was banned, bring EMPs. It's gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
Bringing them, but it definitely not needed. It's not required. But But yeah, I kind of like that Valk band.
I think a Valk band's great on this map. A Jackal band's almost is almost necessary. Mira is another nearly necessary map, a nearly necessary pick or ban, I should say. If it's unbanned, you're gonna play Mira. There's no doubt about it. And then Ying. Honestly, not a bad ban, especially since I just find it funny it's a targeted ban. It's not a bad ban, though. Ying is a very powerful operator.
Oh, most definitely.
But,
and especially the weapon.
yeah.
It's a laser gun, and let's keep it that way.
Let's keep that way.
I love it.
Dear developers, don't touch.
Don't touch.
Do not touch.
Because that's the day I will never play Siege again.
That day will be a Tuesday.
Oh, no.
But the Firebirds starting out on defense, running a Kaid, a Pulse, a Mute, a Jaeger, and an Oryx. Now, Twan's not running the Oryx, and I'm a little heartbroken. For those who did not watch Map 1, Twan had a legendary play on Oryx that I can't even describe and do it justice, but basically using that dash to buy the extra second of time needed to run the clock out, and it was glorious to see. I believe it was like a 4v1 situation, surviving it. Great play. But Xerxes has proven time and time again that they're a pretty dominant player on Oryx as well. Now, for the Cougars, Wafflesbot running Ace, Richard Pants running Gridlock, Soy the Bean running Zofia, Andy Bink running that Sledge, and Kami Puppy running Nomad. Nomad is another excellent pick on this map, so Firebirds are really going to need to worry about that.
Yes, very much so.
Thank you.
Scary.
Thank you for your quick analysis on what I just said.
It's going to be awesome.
I'm glad to know that what I said needs no
well,
no elaboration. I did my job.
Well, I mean, right now it's a really good push going over to the other side over by I can't remember the names. They always blend in. But basically the other side of second floor, it's going to get them a lot of space, especially super quickly. It's a minute 30, and they're making great pace. So hopefully the Firebirds are going to rotate around. Looks like Pulse found him out. Yep, finds two. Ooh.
And we're going to see not a kill there. That looked like it was going to be a kill. Twan using that Pulse scanner.
There we go!
Oh my gosh. That could have been a double kill there if they had the power that we do as spectators to see through walls.
The spec power.
The power of the spectator.
Use it wisely.
Use it wisely. We don't. There's so many times where I'm like, I don't know if somebody's there. I don't know. But Xerxes, running that Oryx on that first floor, causing issues for the Cougars, and especially now that Gridlock is out of the picture, is going to be pretty beneficial for an Oryx. Gridlock being a great counter to Oryx, being able to slow him down, make sure that they cause damage, cause noise, cause everything you can want. Now, Ice's going to be peeking into this area, able to get a pick, and Quizby getting another pick there. It is now 5v2 in favor of the Firebirds. Quizby getting a double kill there, one left, and because Twan is still in the action, going to be noticing somebody's there, and Twan is going to see them and going to get the peak shot and not able to do it. But we're going to see
there we go!
Firebirds going flawless on map 1 there, or on round 1, I should say, and Twan using that black ice skin. It's always great to see.
It's beautiful. Best skin.
Definitely.
Legendary skin. But what a great defense. He had great roaming potential right there. Just amazing pulse plays and Oryx flanking around. And just a lot of pressure from everywhere. And everyone rotating out there just like, okay, they're all coming back from the back of second floor. We can make better space this way. They're not pushing too much this way. And it was a great shift, and Firebirds would just play fluid that round. I loved it.
All around great play. I have no real notes for the Firebirds at that point, outside of good notes, I should say. But we do see the Cougars so Wafflesbot was going to pick that Dokkaebi, which Dokkaebi being a especially good counter to roamers. However, switching to an IQ, which is arguably better because you get more long-term usage from an IQ.
And a very powerful weapon as well with the AUG. So let's see how well. The only problem is that you want to keep that IQ alive.
Yes.
To maximize her gadget out.
Yeah, now for the viewers at home who are not too familiar, IQ has this magical device on her wrist that basically will just kind of highlight on the screen any sort of electronics in this, through walls or anything, kind of like a thermal scope, but for electronics, and just kind of puts a little ping there. So very, very good, especially against the pulse, where you're able to see those pulse scanners, and kind of just say, hey, there's somebody through this wall. Very, very good counter to a pulse, especially when the pulse is causing so many issues. Now, Soy the Bean is kind of playing cat and mouse with that pulse there as the drone. Despite that, unfortunately, Tuan not able to finish off that drone, but Xerxes going to take out that Iana, which is a really good pick for them. Now, Kami Puppy's laying down those Nomad traps on those staircases, preventing Xerxes from coming back without having to dodge that or set that off, basically, which is not what you want. But we do see Soy the Bean kind of pushing through, still outside, though. When you're still outside after this amount of time, that's not exactly what you want. It could be tactical, it could be the move, could be not the move. Hard to say at this point. Ultimately, though, you kind of want to be on point as soon as you can. Now, Tuan is still in that cellar, using that pulse scanner to try and detect any sort of heartbeats, but not seeing anybody, and honestly should be moving a little bit closer to point, because when they're on the second floor and you're in the basement, there's a lot of ground to cover.
Fun fact is that a site used to be downstairs in basement, but then I can't remember why they took it out.
Because nobody plays basement at this point.
It was great. It was a really good site. It was hard to... for the defender side, is that it was hard to attack because really there's only a couple ways you could enter, but
unfortunately, Wafflesbot, or I believe that was Wafflesbot, taking out Xerxes, but Tuan is still front and center as that pulse, taking out somebody, maybe taking out somebody, as that roamer kind of going through the back line. Firebirds still holding the point as well as they can. Quizby in that science room. I completely forget the name. I was about to say Solarium, but that's a different map. But IceHelix using astronomy. Thank you. IceHelix using that impact grenade to kind of do a little bit of a sneaky tactic there, destroying the cover and then immediately replanting the cover. Tuan using that pulse scanner to point out that there is somebody above them, basically, and IceHelix taking out Wafflebot. Great pick for the Firebirds, taking out that IQ. Unfortunately, the flash grenade is going to be taking IceHelix off guard.
Oh, dear.
And the Firebirds are really having to step it up. It is now Tuan and Quizby, and the diffuser is planted. Will we see Tuan make the move that we need? Taking out those two Cougars is going to be really important. Now, taking a few shots into... shouldn't take out that pulse scanner, because that is a lot of time you don't want unarmed, basically. You need to be constantly aiming through your sights. Will we see the move? Not the move. Unfortunately, the Cougars taking round 2. Ultimately, that was a great push by them. Kind of slow, but they took out Firebird after Firebird, key position after key position, slowly gaining this overarching hold. And they push from different angles. That is something the Firebirds have kind of struggled with when they were on attack. We have seen a lot of improvement. A lot of times they're not doing that, but we've seen more times than we'd like of them doing that. So
it was tough for the Cougars just to get those right pushes in, but when they did, it was very fluid. They got the picks that they needed, they got the lines of sight, and they eventually took sight. So that was a great attacking round by them, and great defense as well. And it looks like Firebirds are going to be doing the same thing again, trying to hold that sight, but this time with the Malusi and a Capcan.
Yeah, and I think Capcan I've said it a number of times, could be the move.
It's always the move.
Is
awesome.
a great choice here. And that Malusi especially, too, slowing down people in the radius of that sonic pulse
The Wub
thing.
Wub.
The Wub Wub machine. The dubstep machine, I should say. The Wub Wub. It does what? It goes
It
wub
wubs.
wub. It wubs. And then, everybody else has a bad time when it's wubbing. So ultimately, it might work out for the Firebirds. Now, the Cougars still running that IQ, which is going to be very bad for the Capcan. IQ is the direct counter to a Capcan. Being able to use that scanner and detect any sort of Capcan traps is not what you want, because those Capkin traps are stuff you want in play at all times, especially when you're having those single, player or single attacker. You want those mines to still be out there because you could have that one attacker walk through them. Now, Soy the Bean is going to be pushing from that eastern balcony, laying down some fire, opening up maybe some long distance peek holes, but it's not going to work out. No Firebird are there, and it's kind of slowing them down a bit, kind of holding those angles. Xerxes, though, taken out by Andy Bink. Mr. Pants is pushing through that bedroom, hopefully going to taking that bathroom very shortly. And the rest of the Cougars holding that first floor like a well-fit golf club, just right on, perfect grip. It's not coming out. It's not coming off. I don't know why I said a golf club. That was like of all the things you could say you have a good grip on, a golf club is not exactly the first example.
I like it. I'll support that.
Good. This broadcast is sponsored by golf clubs.
When
you want a good grip on something, golf clubs. Tuan taking out that IQ though, great pick. That is the key pick you want. And because there's only 65 seconds left on the clock, Tuan is going to probably have a great time.
That's an interesting reticle to have in that. I've never seen.
I like that one. That's the site that I use on Capkin. ICLX taking out the Nomad. Gonna be a great pick for the Firebirds once again, because now that post plant is, if there is a plant going off, that post plant is going to be so good to have. Andy Bink taking a decent amount of damage from Tuan, and Teshi is there to just finish him off. It is now 4v2 in favor of the Firebirds, only losing Xerxes, who was off point. So Firebirds still having that full grasp on that defense, on that point, on those sites. Having a great time, doing a little bit of a dance, getting down tonight. Now Ice Helix using that wall to their advantage, but Quizby is just gonna finish them off. Whichever Cougar was trying to do that, not working out. Quizby getting a double kill there. Firebirds taking round 3, 2-1 on this map. Firebirds leading. What are your thoughts on that round?
Yeah, it just seemed like the Cougars didn't find the exact ways that they wanted to push, and they just overall got stopped when they tried to do the kind of the same motions that they were doing last round. And so Firebirds adjusted very well, and it was a really good round.
Yeah, I was really happy to see that. Now there were a few, I wouldn't say issues, but just kind of positioning. I think Tuan being in the basement for that long. Not exactly something you want on a Capkin, but
it's very safe down there, because
it's very safe
almost
and cozy.
No one goes basement. I don't know if people still know the secret how to get into basement too, because it's this little secret barrel that I love.
The secret
going
barrel
in.
that was very much put there for a reason, and that
Yes.
everybody who goes in the basement knows.
No, not some people don't know about this.
Okay, now everybody watching knows about it.
I don't know, but it's a secret. It's a secret. You
don't
guys
tell
can't
anybody.
do it.
Don't
But
tell
like,
anyone.
Going Jackal, I'd love to go down there and using the secret barrel to get in there and just find footprints, because it's a very safe place. Almost no one goes basement because there's not a lot of things to do down there. Except when you are going first floor, putting pulse down there is always a good play.
Yeah.
But you're not gonna find a lot of attackers down there, and normally not a lot of defenders. So it's pretty safe.
Yeah, now the Firebirds are going to be on that second floor once again, this time in that bar area, the bar and aviation, I think it's
Aviator?
called. Aviator. I knew it was something with airplanes, because there's a bunch of airplanes. Regardless, you know what I meant.
The plane room.
You know what I meant. The little airplane one, yeah. But it looks like the Cougars are going to be doing a slight push from the opposite side of the mansion, going from that previous site to kind of an angle onto that Aviators, maybe. I say that, and then they're going to be going the opposite way. Looks like they know that there is a Firebird at the bottom of that staircase, pretty much making sure that there's no way they're coming back. they're laying every single anti-flank device that they have in that staircase, making sure that I believe it's Xerxes, making sure that Xerxes doesn't come up those stairs. But still taking it slow and methodical. You know, this site is a very good site, and I know that the Firebirds have a really set in stone strategy for this site. I remember from last season, you know, it was very clear they know exactly what to do, where to go, how to do it. So that, you know, the Firebirds gonna have gonna know what they're gonna do. Now Twan's gonna be throwing the C4. Activate it, Twan! No! No! Twan!
Come on!
Twan! No! Come on!
Oh no!
This could have been so good. Could have been so easy. No! Oh! Getting the down. Will we see?
No, come on, come on.
They don't
come on.
see the
Come
angle.
on.
They don't see the
Come on.
angle.
Right there. Do it again. Do it again.
Oh,
There we go.
Getting the kill, but not getting the double kill. But was close. Was pretty close to a double kill. The shots were there. None of them hit, but they were there. And Richard Pants taking a little bit of damage there. Unfortunately, though, Soy the Bean taking out Xerxes, evening it out 4-4. But 38 seconds left on the clock. Cougars have to push in. It is now or never. And because ICX is on that staircase, just going to take out that Twitch once again, leaving Zofia, Gridlock, and Kali. Kali, not good close quarters. And going to be probably causing...
I highly disagree with that.
You highly disagree.
I
Okay.
love it. Close quarters, it's awesome. Ultimate ultimate thing of aim.
Yeah. Well, and we just saw that Kali did get a kill there. But Teshi's holding that bar area very safely.
Oh!
Only getting one, though. Twan finishing off the second one, though. And Twan finishing off the third. Firebirds get round 4. That was a funny few seconds. Great kill cam here, though. Just getting 2 people. And you see a little bit of a
so
celebration
excited
there.
for it. So excited.
Oh, yeah. No, that was, I think, really well placed. Really well paced as well. What do you think?
I mean, it was really good that Firebirds adjusted well, and same thing for the Cougars is that they had a lot of good things going for them. They were inside, and they took a lot of space from the Firebirds, but Firebirds adjusted around. They took time. They're like, okay, and just went down the objectives list, and that's exactly how this game should be played: is quick adaptations, and it was really good. Another great defensive round by the Firebirds.
Word of the day: adaptation.
Adaptive.
Adaptive. To
Overcome.
be an adaptation, the process of adapting, adapting the process, to go through the process of adaptation. But the Firebirds once again still on that attack, or on defense. Sorry, defending for a little while. I swear it gets past 9 o'clock and suddenly our streams are all loopy and stuff.
And we have a little literature and theater.
I was told to never bring up the word Shakespeare again, but I think the word Shakespeare is a great joke.
I
and
like
a great play on words.
I think it could go good on a shirt.
I think it would go great on a whole line of merchandise and makeup. I want a makeup line, Shakespeare.
We can make like a website for it.
We can make a dude. We should start a band.
I'm loving these ideas.
Dude, we should start a podcast. But okay, back to Rainbow Six Siege. The Firebirds on defense, running a Wamai and a Clash along with a Castle. Those are some interesting picks. What do you think of those?
Yes.
I'm so glad. And then, Wafflesbot running that Blitz once again. Hard to say what the feeling is when you're playing against the Clash. Shield against the shield is very interesting. Now, the Clash might be able to really well.
Oh.
Okay. Does the EMP grenade do anything?
Yeah, it shuts down the electricity first, so she can't
okay.
use her ability, so it's just basically a shield.
How long? It's just temporarily, though,
Temporarily,
right?
about 8 seconds, I'd say. Because I think
it's
right now it should be up.
Yeah, it's interactions like this that you just don't see that often. But wasting those
Up here
EMP
goes
grenades, it's funny though because that's
then she backs
that
up.
is so good for the Firebirds because those are the only EMP grenades that the Cougars have, and ultimately it's just not gonna be good. Now
This is a lot of good vertical play.
Twan's like, they're in the walls. They're in the walls. They know. You can see Twan knowing that they're just above and the grenade, the just
Oh,
explosion
dear.
after explosion is heartbreaking to see. ICL going for the C4, but it's not going to get anybody. In fact, it's going to only do favors for the Cougars, opening up that floor once and for all.
This is
more
why
and
this
more.
site is so awkward.
know.
It is basically all destroyable ceilings.
Yeah, which is a great reason why Twan chose Clash. You know, Clash being able to kind of hide in a corner and not have to worry about that vertical play is pretty good. Now ICL's taking out that blitz, a great pick for the Firebirds, not having to worry about that shield operator. And unfortunately, though, Quizby is also taken out of the picture. Teshi doing a lot of damage, or not enough damage, but it looked like it could have been. And Twan going 1v4 once again as Clash.
Oh, that's
now,
one.
as I say that, 1v3, will we see Twan pull out this marvelous play? We do see that Dicklepants is like so low on health and could be taken out immediately. And it is now 1v2. Will Twan make this amazing play? They're out. We have that Zofia. I don't know what the status is with his grenade launcher. But because Twan is just going to be able to stall that diffuser the whole time, the Cougars are really going to have to do something. And there we go. Oh my gosh. Once again, I'm not surprised though. I'm not. It's weird. I could expect that.
See, this is why I always ban Clash. It is extremely annoying to deal with if you don't have too many explosions or any nades, anything like that.
Yeah.
Extremely tough.
I think the biggest issue was just kind of them underestimating the Clash. I think you could tell they kind of just were not expecting the Clash to be an issue. Yeah, you need to kind of take out that Clash before you plant.
Yeah, I would say just to roam around, because you did have some people with shotguns that could help out. And I would have rotated around and take her head on, because you just needed to kill that one. It was a 1v4 situation. It's a bummer, but that's why I always ban Clash. It's extremely it's a pain to deal with. There's a lot of util and a lot of time that needs to go in to finishing off that amazing shield.
Oh yeah, and I'm really happy that we saw Twan do that. We saw Twan play Clash in the past couple weeks, and has been a great person to play Clash. Not playing it smart and not as a fully defensive operator, but as more of a very defensive attacker, basically. Just being able to cause a lot of damage when played properly. Using the shield as what we call a turtle, basically. Having it on your back, being able to be a shield from the back, protecting any sort of shots into your back.
For sure. It dictates tempo.
Yeah, it does.
It dictates time, tempo, and everything like that. And that's why it's so strong. And weak at the same time, too. There's a lot of good counters to it, but like we said before, it takes a lot just to secure that kill.
I think when you're playing against a Clash, you just kind of, when it's a 2v1 situation against a Clash, you just have to think. You don't play stupid, you know? Don't underestimate, but don't overestimate. Just kind of play, as you said, just kind of roam around. But Firebirds are going to be on that second floor point, running a Kaid, Pulse, Malusi, Azami, and Jaeger, whereas the Cougars running a Hibana, a Gridlock, Zofia, Iana, and Ashe. Ashe in a lot of destruction here. You know, having the Hibana and the Zofia and the Ashe. You got two soft breachers. You got a hard breacher.
And you also have Gridlock with the secondary shotgun.
With the secondary shotgun, which is not like good for total destruction, but good enough for some individual rotate holes that you can create on the spot. But ultimately, immediately, Iana is taken out of the picture by the Firebirds. Firebirds now kind of, once again, just having to hold it. Soy the Bean taking a little bit of damage there from some source, not quite sure which source.
Oh dear.
But we do see Teshi is kind of trapped in study. Immediately to the left is the doorway that we just saw two Cougars kind of peeking through. Twan might be doing a little bit of a...
that's a good...
That is a great strategy. And we do see Twan is going to be using that pulse sensor to detect an attacker outside of that window. And once again, Teshi's just still in the corner. And the headshot goes because Twan is on another level right now. Getting a pick, and Teshi mopping them up. I believe the diffuser is still on Gridlock. But Teshi's still going to be hiding in that corner. Twan is going to have to come out. But because Teshi's just smart, Teshy's just smart and is able to do it. Now here's the. Oh my god! Oh, that's alive! Oh, the C4 kill though didn't get him. That was the last thing I would have expected.
That was awesome.
It reminded me of that clip of Lady Gaga after the Super Bowl, during the Super Bowl, just kind of like, just jumping and falling. Great to see, though, the Firebirds still holding that on. They're not playing too aggressive.
15
and
seconds
ultimately,
remain.
That play was probably the worst play the Cougars could have done, because now Wafflesbot has to go all the way around and regain that floor. You know,
yeah, there's just not enough time. 2
should
seconds.
not have gone after that kill.
Yeah.
Way too greedy there. And Firebirds taking round 6. This is match point, question mark? I forget if I remember the score.
No. There's 2 more.
We have 2 more.
2 more.
Okay, I lied. Don't listen to me. But the Firebirds are on attack now. Now you can listen to me. The Firebirds are on attack. Just ignore what I said for that split a little bit of time. Firebirds on attack. What are you expecting from them?
I'm expecting. It depends. So okay, so first one's gonna be Aviator Games Room.
First one.
Huh?
First one.
First one. Yeah. First one. Basically, what you want to do, you want to come in from both sides. You want to try and open up a lot of angles. You can't just push that main. I can't remember that one area. It's the one with the fireplace in it. You can't push it with the balcony. That's just not going to work. There's a lot of angles that are going to prevent you from going there. You have to push from multiple different sides. And it is possible that long hallway, that 90-degree hallway, you can open all that up, and that can great lines of sight. You can open up the safe, and that is really going to win it for you, is that if you can open up all that back line, or if you enter in from red stairs right there, it's just going to help out so much. It's just coming at it from 2 to 3 different angles.
Yeah, it's definitely Firebirds are going to have to play smart. We do see Twan, though, running that Amaru, and Ice Helix is playing Thatcher. And I'm so glad, because Thatcher, when you have access to Thatcher, it should be a heavy hard breach play. You know, because Thatcher can allow you to open up all of those walls and get those angles. And that is something the Firebirds really excel at, is these gun plays. They're really, really good mechanically. And when you open up all these walls and all these, not quite sure why Quizby threw 2 drones on the floor. Kind of funny. Just kind of wanted to throw it at the other drone. Oh, because there's a Mozzie drone there. Didn't realize Cougar's running a Mozzie. A Mozzie and an Alibi. Cougar's having a very anti-gadget comp. There's the word. So Firebirds gonna have to play a little bit clever here. But because Twan is able to take out that Mozzie, little less of a concern, because those Mozzie drones, Mozzie spiders, I forget what they're called. They look like spiders almost. Can hack drones when passed through. But Mozzie still can't. When Mozzie's dead, you can't control them.
Yeah, you can't move them. You can still look through them, so if they're in a really bad spot, that's going to be a little bit problematic. But Firebirds don't know exactly where they are, so they just have to shoot at their own drone, which is a bummer. But it shouldn't be too bad.
Unfortunately, Twan is going to be taken out of the picture as Amaru. But Ice Helix using that Thatcher, pairing that with our Ace, are able to open up some really good angles. Now, Xerxes is taken out of the picture as well. So right now, it looks like the Firebirds only really having 2 on a push. And Teshi, though, able to just Matrix dodge those bullets as Neo, just not letting him phase him, not letting any sort of damage. Took no damage in that.
There's a lot of references you're making to that.
I'm fired up right now with references for some reason. Maybe it's because I had my Cheerios this morning.
Dear.
But Ice Helix taking a little bit of damage from that bedroom window, but is able to dodge them and only escape with minor wounds there. Still a lot to play now. Richard Pants taking out Quizby there. Teshi pushing up the main staircase. 2v3, 30 seconds. Firebirds really need to push up. Now Teshi's going to be using a grenade here. Will it work out? Not going to be doing any damage to any of the Cougars.
20 seconds.
But slowly but surely pushing, and we do see there's a smoke through that, behind that, in that bar area, but it's not going to work out, and the Firebirds really need to push. Now it's a 1v3. Will Teshi be able to do it? Probably not, because of the positioning of the Cougars was just not good for the Firebirds. Firebirds not having time. They just were really slow on that push there.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is that Solace right there is that she really held it down, and then it just gave numbers advantage, and from there just holding the lines of sight, and it was a great defensive round by the Cougars.
Definitely. Could come back. I shouldn't say could come back. Firebirds still in a really good lead, and that site is always just kind of difficult to attack on. But the Firebirds the Cougars are now defending that second floor, that statue and trophy room, which is a whole different ballpark, a whole different type of defense. You know, it's kind of, what do you expect them to be doing on this defense?
There's or for Firebirds attacking it?
Well,
or?
for the Cougars, what do you think the smart play is for the Cougars to defend, and what do you think the Firebirds are going to do to attack?
I think right now just making great lines of sight. What's interesting about this one is that there are those big like open window areas right there in the center. So basically you can look into both sides. So you have lines of sight on both A and B. So it's very, very linear. And what's interesting is you also have that little balcony up above that you can look into. So it's interesting. I say the best thing is taking control of astronomy, breaking the walls in there. That's how I like to push it, but also having some of the Firebirds pushing in from the other side. If you can meet in the middle, it's going to work pretty well. It's almost the same thing for almost any side, but especially for this one, if you're going to attack either A or B or both at the same time, you want to come from both sides and just push the Cougars into a very uncomfortable situation. Because then they have to choose, do I try and look this way or do I look this way?
Yeah, definitely. Now the Firebirds running a Thatcher once again. Running an IQ, Iana, Ash, and Nomad, whereas the Cougars running a Nazami, a Warden, a Castle, a Doc, and a Wamai. Now, Warden's not a good pick. I wouldn't say it's not a good pick, but it's not a it's not a good pick. You don't have a Ying to worry about, and right now we see the Firebirds only having 3 flash grenades. So ultimately, you're not really going to be utilizing Warden's gadget in any sense outside of maybe a few situations.
But you do have a really good gun.
You do have a good gun. Yes, Warden does have a good gun, but so does Valkyrie. And Valkyrie would provide arguably more.
But Valk is banned.
Okay, so never mind. So never mind. Yeah, you're right. Quizby, though, is on the other side of that wall, and Icehelix is just like, hey, Quizby, hey, Quizby, hey, Quizby.
Quizby.
Now, the funny thing, though, is Icehelix could do some really funny things and could have set off that breaching charge, probably killing Quizby. Not what we want. Still could have been funny.
It would have been pretty funny.
It could have been the move.
So it looks like Firebirds are going to be pushing from the same side, but in 2 different doors. So I like this so far. So
Antoine taking out that bulletproof camera. Unfortunately, it had to take 2 shots instead of 1. So the location of their attack is not quite sure why Icehelix did that.
Just in case there was someone there. It's a really good spot.
It's a really good spot. Yeah.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
I was just trying to see. Sorry, I was.
Yeah. No, unfortunately though, Icehelix taking a brunt of that damage, taking the only damage that did. So Firebirds Teshi now is going to be pushing in from that bedroom. Now, unfortunately, though, Icehelix is taken out of the picture, but Quizby is going to be planting the diffuser
8 seconds.
and has taken out one of...
Oh, dear.
the Firebirds.
Oh!
Plant.
Oh.
Somebody plant. Unfortunately, Cougars, just that... I mean, that comes down to you waited until the last second to push.
Exactly.
You know? I'm glad they were planting, because that's what you need to do. But if you had more time, I think they kind of forget sometimes that the defenders aren't going to push you.
Yeah. And this one, it really comes down to you want to try and get as many defenders out of the way as you can, just because there's so many lines of sight and you can see across to the other side. Once they hear the plant sound, they pretty much already know where you are, and they will have they will shoot you for that. So
they're going to unleash. They're going to put. They're going to make sure that you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a really, really tough position to be in. You want to try and push that faster and try and just get a few more picks out of that, because they went in with going 5-5 and there's still 30 seconds left. Is that there's just so many defenders that can stop a plan. It's just not a really good thing. Oh, it looks like Firebirds
Now, I have to
timeout.
point something out. So Firebirds are in a timeout right now, so hopefully that's going to allow them to kind of figure out a strategy going into these next rounds. Now, Twan is going 14-3. 14-3-1, I should say. So 1 assist, 14 kills, and 3 deaths. That is above a 4.0 KD, which is insane.
That is really good.
That is actually insane, and I don't think that is something we really see at this high level siege. That is showing just how powerful, and I say this in the greatest way, how much of a menace you are to the other team. You are genuinely a menace. You are genuinely causing issues to be getting a KD like that. And ultimately, I'm loving it. I'm great. I would love to see more of it. We like it. We love it. We want some more of it. So,
oh, that's a good advertising campaign
for our podcast.
Yes.
Shakes beard and toner. But going into round 9, Firebirds still on attack. What do you think they talked about during that timeout?
I think mainly it's just like what is happening in these last 2 attacking rounds. Just trying to finish off it as quickly as they can, and this is a really good time to do it. First floor is a really tough side to defend. So, and as we see now, we see a fuse and we see a sledge as well. To destroy the ceilings above, to do that vertical play.
Yeah.
So that's going to really help out, trying to get some picks from there and hopefully attacking on that first floor as well.
Yeah, now that's probably going to be a good thing for the Firebirds. That first floor attack is always weird, but because the Firebirds brought a sledge and a fuse, I think they're going to have a pretty good time.
For sure.
I think they're going to have a great time. Once again, though, Andy Bink now, though, the Cougars running a Warden. Why do you think they keep picking a Warden?
Powerful gun. And, just in case it brings smokes and flashes.
Oh.
It's just really, oh, dear.
Unfortunately, the Firebirds losing that sledge, who is such a crucial person. Still, having those cluster charges and the breaching charges is going to be good. But sledge is just ideal when you want to play vertical play. Continue about the Warden, sorry.
Oh, no, that's pretty much all I got.
Powerful gun. All right. Gun go
good,
Burr. Got it.
It go Burr. If in that 1v1 situation, you're not expecting a Warden. It's a pick that you don't see too often. Ooh, that is a cool castle barricade.
I didn't even realize you could customize castle barricades.
I think it's the elite skin, if I'm not mistaken.
That is interesting. But that I kind of like the elite skin. Then I like that skin for the walls.
I'm pretty sure he does have one, because I remember I was like, the day that they finally give Castle an elite skin will be the happiest day ever.
Yeah.
And I think they did give him. It's been a while.
They gave Flores an elite skin.
Yeah, and I was just like, whoa, that is early.
I know. I'm very shocked. But there is an Echo. So that's another thing. The Cougars are running an Echo, and Echo is a very unique operator, meaning they have to be on their cameras to use Echo. And the pulses that Echo can send out are chaotic at best. But as I say that, though, ICLX and Quizby taking out the Pulse and the Echo. Pulse being out of the picture is such a good choice for the Firebirds. Such a good pick, because the Firebirds now don't have to worry about it. However, because they're just utilizing such good vertical play, the defenders they're really having to worry about this. And unfortunately, Twan is not able to do it. I think the Firebirds just, the vertical play, they didn't stop it from happening. They didn't stop the defenders from attacking from above, push too far on a point, and the attackers just had a field day with that.
Yeah, it's when you get when you either get defenders or attackers like 2 floors to work with, and when they take advantage of that, it goes in their favor. They can utilize it well, and we saw that with the Warden. Warden was very slippery, and it just capitalized on that. So it was really well done.
Yeah. A little bit of a slippery snake there.
A slippery agent.
Slippery agent. But gonna be second floor once again. Cougars on that defense coming back. You know, if the Cougars win another round, they're gonna be back at a tie, and we might be even going to a map 3. But we'll see how that goes. Right now, the Cougars on defense running a Solis, a Kaid, a Zami, a Doc, and a Thunderbird, whereas the Firebirds using that attacker repick, really playing these choices, running an Ace, a Gridlock, Iana, Thatcher, and Lion. Thatcher is a great pick on the site, but you need to be actually playing him. You need to be opening up these angles, opening up these sight lines, but also pushing in from other angles, pushing in, you know, from that 90-degree corner, or that 90-degree hallway, you know, to the northwest side of that point. You know, breaching into the vault, opening up even more sights, more angles. You need to be doing that.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, hopefully this one will go a little bit better. I like seeing the Lion on the team. That's going to help out immensely and just keep all the defenders in one place. So hopefully we
now,
see a good
Quizby
push.
and Ice Helix once again pushing from veranda. Quizby is going to be droning in, seeing if anybody is on that area.
Very standard.
Very standard, very smart, but kind of pausing a little bit there. Unknown why.
Tough just because of the Azami. Is that's going to be tricky to deal with. Oh, there's a pixel. Come on, you
See the pixel. Ice
you-
Helix,
you
you see the
the
movement. You
pixel.
see the head.
You
Ice
see
Helix.
the pixel.
No. Ice Helix. You see
Move
the
a
head.
little
Oh
bit
my
more.
gosh. We need to clip that.
Little
We
bit
really
more.
need to clip that. Richard Pants taking a little bit of damage there from an unknown source, but probably one of the Firebirds. Xerxes is on Lion. Probably going to be using that scan very shortly while the Firebirds push in. Still, you know, a lot of times off the clock, and nobody's really done anything, you know? Unfortunately, as I say that, Teshi is taken out of the picture by Mr. Pants there. And Twan is going to be doing that vertical play once again with Gridlock secondary.
Ooh, dear.
Yeah, Twan not seeing that roamer for the Cougars. Heartbreaking, but it might work out. Able to kind of rotate around. 60 seconds left, and the Firebirds are kind of just sitting there. Ice Helix and Quizby on the veranda are very much just kind of sitting there and waiting in a sense. And as I said earlier, when you're attackers, the defenders are not really going to push you. You know, if they are playing as they should be, they shouldn't be pushing you. You have to push them, and you kind of need to make stuff happen.
Careful. Oh, dear.
Yeah. Always unfortunate to see a moment like that. Unfortunately, Twan and Teshi out of the picture. Firebirds the odds are not in favor of the Firebirds. And there you go, Firebirds. Another person is taken out of the picture. Ice Helix is still in office, but having their back to the corner. Ice Helix getting a
good
double kill
kill
there. 17 seconds on the clock. Firebirds need to make a move.
Firebirds.
They cannot afford
Firebirds.
to just kind of continue this delay. But we do see Quizby is going to be planting. Ice Helix needing to block the other staircase maybe. The moment we saw it, and unfortunately the Cougars are going to be able. Andy Bink taking that 3K, that triple kill. Going to be defusing the diffuser, deactivating the diffuser, jamming the diffuser. I forget the exact terminology. Defusing the diffuser is always funny to say, though. And
well,
the Cougars,
it used to be they would they had a gun and then they would just try and break it.
back in my day.
Back in
Back
the
in my
good
day.
old days.
Oh, I'm like back hurts just saying that. But Cougars have tied up the match, 5-5. It is win by 2 territory. So if another team wins, or another, if it's back and forth, we're going to continue seeing that match point be pushed back more and more, probably until around 15. And if the Cougars win this map, then they win, or we go into a map 3, and our night is very much not over. So
That means my art project will not get done.
it's okay. It's okay.
I wanted
Tony.
to do my art.
It's okay. Just send
My loon.
your loon.
My loon.
It's a bird.
Yeah,
It is a bird. Yeah.
It goes,
I was saying that
"Boo."
just in case it wasn't a bird. I would have kind of had a moment
it's
of.
my state bird.
It's your state bird, not a gray duck.
No.
Oh,
we don't
okay.
like Grey Ducks.
Are you sure?
I'm very
For
positive.
the viewers at home, Toner's from Minnesota,
Oh yeah.
and they don't know the game Duck Duck Goose there.
Oh no,
They like
that's
to be special.
It's Duck Duck Grey Duck.
No, it's not.
It's Duck Duck Grey
You're
Duck.
the only people who think that. We're not going to have that argument in this game.
Oh, yeah.
We've had that argument time and time again.
I will do
and
that
it has
argument.
gone nowhere. I will happily have that argument. But right now it's Rainbow Six Siege, not Rainbow Six Goose, which would be a very, very fun game.
I like that.
Twan using Blackbeard, going to be peeking through a drone hole, maybe getting a little bit of poke damage, but unfortunately not seeing anybody. Teshi running in as Iana, and going to be that drone is going to be taken out inside of that library, which is going to alert the Firebirds that somebody's in there. Ice Helix using that drone, going to be droning out the bedroom, noticing that castle. It's an interesting castle wall there, but I think that's a pretty smart one. I think blocking that sightline in the bathroom is pretty crucial there. But Firebirds, taking their time to push, taking their time, but not too much time. We're still at that point where it's kind of acceptable to not be inside yet.
Exactly. Yep. They have some time. But hopefully, they can get a few picks and make it a little bit easier when they eventually do push in. So hopefully, we see that.
Hopefully, Ice Helix taking a little bit of damage there. Twan needing to kind of hold it. It's weird. Twan's in a weird spot right now where it's kind of you can't push in, you can't move elsewhere. But I think what needs to happen here is if you can't push in confidently, you need to do somewhere else. You need to constantly be moving. You can't hold these angles for the whole time.
Yeah, because it's been a minute, and the fight's just not going anywhere. It's just trying to clean out time.
Yeah. Minute on the clock remaining. Well, 62 seconds now. But Firebirds needing to push in. I think they're pushing, but there's a few of them that are kind of holding, like Ice Helix here, holding this outward angle. But Quizme taking out the Echo for the Cougars now, narrowing increasing the odds. Oh, but Xerxes and Twan getting a quick double kill there. Right now it's 5v2, and the Firebirds really needing now Xerxes taken out because somebody's on the stair, but because now the Firebirds suddenly, I don't know what just happened, but now it's a 1v2 all of a sudden. It went from a 5v2 to a 1v2 in mere seconds, and I really don't know what happened. But Ice Helix now evening the odds 1-1, just needing to plant the diffuser though. But Ice Helix has the diffuser, not knowing where they are. Unfortunately, Ice Helix being taken out, and so we do have another pause coming in. We are just getting word of that, so we're gonna take a quick break because we're not quite sure what's happening in a sense, but we'll be hopefully back with an answer very shortly. Hopefully very shortly, but we'll see you in a bit.
You look to the sun, but you got nothing left to give. You feel you're on the run. It seems you don't know how to live. And when we lose our way, we all deserve to find belief. 'Cause we're on top of the world. Our lives in front of you and me. You look to the sun, but you got nothing inside. You should be bursting at the seams. You feel you're on the run, but you got nowhere to hide. You don't remember how to dream. And when you've lost your way, feel like you're in a trap. We all deserve to find our peace. We are on top of the world, so don't you ever look back. Our life's in front of you and me.
gone forever in this moment. I forget to breathe, just forget the world. Underneath the stars, I forget to breathe, just forget the world. Underneath the stars, I'm here with you now. Lying here like this with you, all the worries gone forever in this moment. I am here with you I forget to breathe, just forget the world. Underneath the stars, I forget to breathe, just forget the world. Underneath the stars,
How's it going, everybody? And welcome back to not even the end of map 2, but just at that point of map 2. A lot just happened in the past couple minutes. So there was a rule violation called on the Cougars. The same violation that was called the Cougars called on the Firebirds for using a banned skin in play. Now we did notice that on stream. I believe it was the castle skin. That definitely was very easy to spot because the castle barricades look very different. Same violation happened to us, different characters on Ying. So the NECC admins had a pause, discuss the rules. A agreement was apparently no penalties can be called on the Cougars. Unfortunately, Firebirds did get the penalty earlier this match, losing 1 round. So unsure if that is I assume that's going to be what's happening now. It is going to be remaining a 6-5 round difference. You know, Firebirds in match point. They have 1 round to win it all. Or, you know, we might be going into map 5. We have been here for just under 3 hours, and we're not even done with map 2. So that just goes to show how long Rainbow Six Siege is, not even including when it's a best of 5. Like, it's best of 3 right now. I believe it's the semifinals, the finals, and nationals. It is best of 5. So welcome to Rainbow Six Siege. I'm your host, the Bearded Man, and I'm joined by the marvelous Toner. How you doing, Toner?
I am doing good, you know, on this day of love and all that.
Day of love.
The day of love.
I have not been able to see those I love, unfortunately, because I've been in class and I've been here. But I'm with you, and I'm with my lovely producer and the lovely Firebirds. So
Who's your
I'm
Valentine's
glad.
for today?
My Valentine? I think my Valentine is Twan's play that we saw earlier, winning the game in the last second. As Oryx. I'm still not over that.
I like that.
Still very much not over that. But this has been one of the most interesting matches of Rainbow Six Siege I've ever casted. Definitely, you know, map 1, Firebirds getting a really good lead. And then winning map 1. And then, you know, the rule violation, buying, you know, I believe it was like a 5-minute discussion, 5-10 minute discussion with that first rule violation, and then we had a technical pause, and then we had some timeouts, and then we had this rule viation that is going on for probably 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Minute.
And it's only 10:10. So, you know, as is the trend, whenever we're casting late at night, we have a great time. I'll say that.
Det actually go crazy.
Some of that wasn't English.
Huh?
Some of that wasn't English. But
About?
anyways, we were singing karaoke during this. So what is your favorite karaoke song?
Oh. Now I have to say this just because it's a duet. It's Just Give Me a Reason.
Just
it's by
give
Pink.
me a reason.
Just a little bit's enough. I love that song. However, I never actually did it at a karaoke night. I mean, I've tried, and I panicked the first time, and I was like, oh no, I'm
have
scared.
a karaoke night.
I don't want to do this.
We should have a karaoke night, Toner. Just me and you.
I would love that.
But it's not karaoke night. It's Siege. The scores are different, I think, which we're probably gonna have to rehouse because I'm pretty sure
that is the same.
It was the same. Okay, I thought the Firebirds had 6 and they had 5.
Yep. So Firebirds are down by 1. To win
Firebirds cannot lose this one.
Yeah,
and they have to win 2 more. Excellent.
They got their work cut out of them.
They got their work
you know?
cut off. But we're here. We're happy. We're having a great time. Firebirds are on attack running that Ace, Iana, Osa, Sledge, and Dokkaebi, whereas the Cougars are running that Castle, Warden, Pulse, Oryx, and Echo on this first floor point on that kitchen and dining room. What do you think of the site?
I don't like this site. This site, not very fun, but at the same time, it could go really either way. We saw the amazing defensive capabilities by the Cougars last time they went this site, so it's anyone's round for grabs. But this one definitely is a little bit more on the attacker side. It's a little bit easier to push, and basically the entire ceiling, you can blow it up. You can just completely demolish the entire ceiling and just use that vertical play. Whether the Firebirds do that or not, it's really up to them, because it's going to be scary seeing that pulse. That pulse with the C4 is extremely deadly, and you see him right there with his little camera running around. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, now Teshi is running that Sledge for the Firebirds, so I think that's going to allow them to play that vertical play a lot easier. The crucial part, though, is keeping Teshi alive. We've seen a few rounds previously where, the Sledge was taken out right off the bat, and you can't play that vertical play. But, Tuan running that Dokkaebi is going to be really good for the roamers. We do see there's a pull. There's a few roamers the Cougars are using. So I'm hoping that Dokkaebi is going to be a good choice. We do see Tuan pushing in through that toilet on that first floor, but Ice Helix just taking it. We can see the Firebirds really slow and methodical, really making sure they take their time, call out where people are. Xerxes does see that Oryx. The Oryx, oddly enough, is not going to be turning to take out the player. Xerxes, unfortunately, probably spotted by that pulse and will not expect the pulse coming in from behind them. Hard to say what's going through their minds right now, though. What do you think?
I don't know. I think mainly just trying to stay out of that pulse. Oh, pulse to get a few shots on.
Yeah.
Teshi's sitting.
It's weird. The Firebirds are playing they'll pause for a moment as if something was happening in a sense.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just communicating, really sitting down, focusing on it. We do see the pulse for the Cougars, though, is keeping a very good eye on Quizby and whomever is on that staircase right next to Quizby, and Xerxes. But Teshi crashed, apparently. So we might have to be taking a technical timeout, but I believe it's just going to have to play it. I don't know. This is just a night of it's not even Friday the 13th. It's Tuesday the 14th. So it's not. It's Valentine's Day. That's the only real significance. I don't understand what's going on.
There we go.
But
That's 15 seconds.
Taking out one. The clock is ticking down, and Quizby and the Firebirds need to plant. We do see Tuan throwing in some flash grenades, trying to do, but the long angle is not enough. And Ice Helix is now on point. The plant needs to happen. Ice Helix taking out one pick. Quizby planting the diffuser, trying to even up the time. Double kill there, and Quizby's taken out. Cougars win round 12. I don't know. That just felt so weird. I thought the Firebirds ended with 6-5, but now Cougars coming back despite the crash, which is going to be disputed, I'm sure. I don't know what the situation is. But it sounds like we're going into a map 3.
Yeah, it looks like it, and that's going to be on Oregon. So hopefully there'll be no more craziness tonight.
I think that round took a good hour 40, maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it couldn't have been 2 hours. Probably an hour and a half. So we'll probably be back in 5 minutes while we set up this next map and get ready for it. So we'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. For map 3 of tonight's Rainbow Six Siege game, like I just said, it is map 3. These first 2 maps have been probably the longest maps I've experienced. Definitely with a few technical difficulties, some rule disputes and such. Just culminating into a pretty long map 1 and 2. So I'm hoping that map 3 is going to be a quick one so we can get out of here before the clock strikes midnight, because I don't know about you, but my carriage turns back into a pumpkin at midnight. So
your little glass slippers.
My little glass slippers, you know. My beard is actually like an owl that like just kind of formed up. And nobody wants to see me without my beard, so I become the owl man.
I kind of want to see that.
No, nobody wants to see it.
I want to hang on.
Nobody's.
I'm imagining it.
Nobody wants to see that.
That looks pretty cool.
Anyways, I'm your host, the Bearded Man, for now.
Wait. What would they call you if it wasn't the beard?
The Man.
The Man.
Shakespeare.
Shakes no beard.
And I'm joined by the marvelous Toner on this excellent Rainbow Six Siege night.
I love how you said Marvel.
I said that earlier.
I know, but then it just realized is like Marvel, new Marvel, Ant-Man.
Anyways,
I'm so excited.
map 1 going to the Firebirds tonight, quick and easy, I believe, on Theme Park. Map 2 going a very, very long time on Villa. Now we are moving on to map 3, which is the Firebird map, on to Oregon, and it's a map the Firebirds know very, very well. So I would like to confidently assume Cougars know as well, because it's a very common map.
Yep.
So I'm very interested on how this is going to play out. But I'm hoping the Firebirds, you know, I think the reason they lost, they made some really stupid mistakes that last map. And, going from a 5v2 to a 1v2 in mere seconds, happening twice tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So something that needs to kind of change. But I know that Coach West was having a really nice long talk with them, and they were all talking to each other as well. So I'm confident that we're going to see a little bit of a change of pace here. But round 1, Firebirds are on attack. Cougars are on defense. What are you expecting here from the Firebirds?
Right now, like, they're going second floor, so really just holding everything. Is that it's just because that Oregon has played almost the most, I'd say, in ranked. It's a very extremely popular map. Is that everyone pretty much knows every single way of how to push this site. You see the window right there, stairwell. You can go over to the big tower, blow that up. There's just so many different ways to attack it. Bedroom as well. It's just there's many different possibilities you can do. So defending all of it, basically everything and everything at once. That's what you're really looking for on defense. Oh wait, the Firebirds are on
Firebirds are on
and
attack.
to attack
Yeah.
it, you have so many different ways. So it can go. It can really go either way. There's so many different. Every single way that you can think of for attack and defense, everyone pretty much knows. So it's just figuring out what they're gonna do and how are you gonna counter.
It's a very well-rounded map.
Yeah.
But Firebirds, their composition for round 1 is going to be Ace, Ash, Maverick, Gridlock, and Iana. Whereas the Cougars are running an Aruni, a Doc, a Mute, an Oryx, and a Thunderbird. I'm liking the Firebirds definitely going all out on that anti-hard breach or anti-reinforcements, whereas the Cougars really doubling down on just some healing. You know, they have the Thunderbird and the Doc, which is a combo I don't think I've ever really seen. You know, you have everybody healing you could ever need. Now that's showing that they're playing a really defensive strategy. They're not really going roaming. They're just doubling down, making sure that if you're on site and you take any sort of poke damage, you can immediately go back to full health and not have any sort of issue. Now, Twan is on that Gridlock, going to be running into that attic through Big Tower with Xerxes, who is running Maverick. Interesting to see here how this plays out.
Yeah, for sure. I think the one thing that I've never really liked on defense, and this is probably just coming from me as being an old player, is Thunderbirds, is that if the attackers take control of site, they get to use all of Thunderbird's Kona stations, and so it can really flip flop and turn the tides of the map. But if you don't let the attackers in, it is also super useful. So it's either a really good thing or a really bad thing.
Yeah,
That's the way I see it.
very true. Now I gotta point this out: Xerxes playing Maverick, cutting through that wall in such a way that I don't think I've ever seen before. I think it was small enough that no noise was caused, so I don't think the defenders really know that there's somebody. Okay, it looks like they know, but there's like no long angles that the defenders can take. You know, because the holes are going right into cover. Now Andy Bink taking a lot of damage as Doc, but immediately filling back to full health. Tushy running in as Iana, but the drone is going to be taken out right away from the Cougar that is stationed in Kid's room. Now the Firebirds, kind of Twan and Xerxes are also pushing in through that attic once again. Twan throwing out the gridlock charges, the stingers. Firebirds really, really needing to step it up. We're running out of time here. 5v3, 4v3 now. All of a sudden, Twan taken out of the picture. Ice Helix is repelled, getting a triple kill there. Ice Helix, though, the rest of the team needs to come in and plant the diffuser. That should be the main focus. Now, Teshi taking out somebody for the Firebirds. It is now all of a sudden a 4v1, and it looks like they're playing a bottom play. Now, the bomb has, or the diffuser has been planted by the Firebirds, so now, honestly, they're just having to worry about Andy Bink, who's hopefully trying to rotate. Now, Ice Helix taking a little bit of damage, or putting a little bit of damage into them as they run into that meeting room. But because they're Doc, probably going to heal it off, but maybe waiting. But there's still a lot of time. And Xerxes watching that big tower staircase. And because the angle is so perfect, they're not going to see it.
There we go.
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful. Beautiful to see from Xerxes, playing it perfectly, hiding in that cover so that they couldn't see through the poke angle. It was almost as if they set that up.
Yeah.
They set up that trap where it's, hey, I'm going to make some holes for you that you can look through, but you won't be able to see me.
Well, what's even more interesting about that is just the amazing gridlock traps right there. Is that you knew Doc was going there. Everyone set up. While it was great seeing Doc doing that full flank, I was like, that is a very smart decision. Having the gridlock traps just completely stops it. You got the audio cues. He stepped in a few of them, took a little bit of damage, and it just overall slowed it down to 20 seconds. So even if he won that gunfight, he would not have enough time to go back, kill every Firebird, and defuse the bomb. It was just way too much stuff. So that was really well played by the Firebirds. I also like, especially, Ice Helix going on that little window into games right there. It's super smart. You almost never see it because it's a very dangerous window because right under it, it's an easy run out. Or even then, you can just tilt and a roamer can shoot you down. But it's a very good line of sight. And I like it. It's a classic play.
Oh, yeah. Now, the Cougars on defense once again running Aruni, Warden, Mute, Capkin, and Thunderbird on the same site. Spicing it up slightly, getting rid of that Doc. I think doubling down on that healing was not ideal when all the deaths basically were instant. You know, there's no time to heal. Firebird's running the same comp, and it worked well for them. But the issue that we've had time and time again is that we run the same comp, and the other team counters us and adapts, and we still, like, it does not work for us twice in a row. Could prove me wrong. They could prove me wrong. They have proven me wrong time and time again. Hopefully this is another situation. But it's just a trend, you know. The other team adapts, and we expect them not to adapt, when in reality they have absolutely no reason not to adapt. But we do see Xerxes and I believe Twan once again going through that big tower, probably going to be clearing out attic. Probably going through attic once again using that Maverick torch. I forgot what it was called for a second. But Teshi using that Iana drone, going to be kind of hoping to. Funny, the Warden. I don't know if the Warden knew.
That was smart.
I don't know. Yeah,
that was smart.
I don't know if the Warden knew it was the Iana drone or kind of just expected it. Like just didn't notice it. It almost looked like that was at the perfect angle where did not see the Iana walk through.
Yeah, that was really good. I think I think from that distance could possibly hear the drone or the Yana drone go out. I'm pretty sure. So I think that's why he's just like,
Yeah.
nah, I'm pretty sure like that. Not this early on around is someone gonna just run on in.
Very true. I don't know why. I don't know where that came from.
Should we take a quick power nap?
I wish. I will take a power nap once we go 7-0. If we go 7-0. When we go 7-0, if very much if. Unlikely if we go if, because this is a very high level competitive play. So, but Xerxes Antoine just wasting a lot of time trying to breach through this attic, whereas the rest of the Firebirds are kind of getting destroyed other angles. You know, Teshi taken out right off the bat from one of the Cougars. Now Quizby does have that bedroom with Ice Helix opened up, but 30 seconds are on the clock, and the Firebirds just don't seem to be in position.
Yeah, for sure. This is taking a lot longer than it was last time. 20 seconds is left.
Well, and I think what's happening is the same thing that I was saying so much in this last map, was when you are when you're a defender, the smart play is not to move in, like not to push forward. And because the Firebirds are on attack, they're kind of holding these angles, expecting the attacker to push forward, and it's not going to work out.
Yeah.
And I think that is exactly what just happened. We saw a lot of them taking their time, kind of expecting the defenders to make a move. And then, 10 seconds left, and now they're like, oh, I should actually be pushing forward.
Yeah. It was just a little bit like, okay, how are we going to push it? It took a little bit too much time. But that's all right. You live your life, you learn, you love.
Exactly.
And now they're going down to basement, and looks like a pretty nice mix of traps and just some good gadgets.
Yeah,
so
now the Firebirds, though, playing the perfect comp. I would say it's a very... Okay, Amaru is the opposite of what you want on this site, because Amaru gets absolutely no utility on this point. Like, you can grapple up hatches, yeah, you can grapple to the second floor, but you're going to have to make your way down. It's just not going to work out. Now, Flores is essential, I think, on this map. Essential, especially on this site.
Oh, most definitely.
Because you can really cause some chaos, cause some issues, cause some damage, as Flores being able to destroy shields, being able to take those corners and really open it up.
Now swapping.
Without having any sort of issue. Now, of course, they're gonna swap off of the Flores, but not the Amaru.
I think Amaru is mainly gonna be used just for speed. It's really to do a quick pace. That's my expectation, is that that comboed with a blitz.
Quick. It does look like they're running a really quick and easy comp. Like,
that's what I'm expecting right now. But we haven't seen the Amaru go anywhere. They're just staying on roofs, so I don't know. I don't know what the Firebirds are gonna do.
Hard to say. Hard to say. And there's a lot of siege left tonight. Unfortunately, hard to say. It's just getting late, I wouldn't say I have places to be, because I don't, outside of my bed. But I actually would rather be here with you casting this. Oddly enough, I do enjoy this. This might shock you, the viewers at home. I do really enjoy doing this. I really enjoy my job.
Yeah, I think the one thing that's going to be a little bit tricky now is that there's a lot of time wasted still outside, and at the same time there's just a lot of traps you have to go through. Like, the main thing, Capcan being a great counter to Blitz. Blitz just wants to run in, doesn't want to worry about all this, but he's taking the time, taking the precautions. Minute 25 left.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, the fact that they're basement and Ice Helix is just now getting to attic, they kind of know. It does seem like they almost know somebody's in that attic area, that skywalk room hallway thing.
For me, I'd honestly ignore it. I would just rush on site.
I mean, you have somebody watch your back, but you shouldn't have all 4 players diving the roamer, basically.
And very slowly too, because we're already at a minute, and Firebirds are not making much progress.
Very,
Some
very
are
true.
over. Oh dear.
C4
That's
taking
gonna hurt.
a lot of damage onto Twan, but Twan is still able to live another day like that James Bond movie. Die another day, but the opposite, you know?
That's a good
and
one. That's a good one.
Taking out the Azami finally after delay. I wouldn't say delaying, but delaying and waiting a while, and the Capkin is taken out. Now, they have a smoke. The Cougars are playing that smoke, and smoke is good at delaying, especially when you have 22 seconds left on the clock against a blitz. Now, the Firebirds have a ton of damage, and now all of a sudden it's a 2v3.
And
the Firebirds are just, time and time again, we're seeing them
weird.
like just drop like flies in a very quick succession. And that was just, I'll say that round was just very slow.
That was way too slow.
Way too slow.
I get it being careful and all that and taking that time just to make sure that, you know, there's no roamers that are going to be coming up behind you. But there's at a time it was like a minute 20 and there's still some Firebirds outside. Is that you want to get inside the building and take as much space, and it's just staying in one spot just waiting for the defenders to make a move. You need to make the move on attack.
I don't think there were any Firebirds pushing through construction, which is almost a guarantee in any sort of attack from on this site. There's nobody pushing construction.
Yeah.
I've said it time and time again. Could be the move. This case was not the move. Very much so. Just you need somebody pushing from that angle, because every other angle, like it can be held rather well. But if you're attacking from construction, it forces a few people, at the very least, at least one person, I'll say that, on the defenders team to kind of assert or to
rotate over.
Rotate and hold that construction angle, leaving their back to the other four directions.
Yeah.
And I'm just shocked that the Firebirds had nobody pushing them. Bless you.
Thank you.
Apparently he's allergic to my analysis.
Nope. It's just the change of the weather.
Change of the yeah.
But no, I completely agree with you. Is that, you know, in those opportunities that you want to do a full clear of a floor, it needs to be a lot quicker than that. Like, you have that many people for a reason. Is that then just to watch all those angles? For me, like, it was pretty open. They could have just rushed right on in, and just it is a good stretch just to ignore some of the roamers and to have someone watching your back. Is that I like doing that. I'm just like, well, I want to get this done as soon as I can, so I go zoom, zoom, zoom,
zoom, zoom, zoom.
We're gonna zoom, and they had the power to do that. We had the Amaru, and we also had the Blitz. They're notorious for zooming, but there's no zoom.
There's no zoom. And it's always heartbreaking to see. But, you know, round 4, Firebirds are still attacking. They should... hopefully they use that timeout that just occurred to really... I know Coach West has been kind of telling them, and they've been talking to each other as well in these short breaks to figure out a working strategy. So hopefully they can catch that very soon.
Mm-hmm. And looks like this time they're going to be going, I think it was kitchen. So this one is hard to defend. Hiccup.
Shocking,
Sorry,
I know.
Sorry. But hopefully the Firebirds can take advantage of it.
Hopefully. I'd like to say hopefully.
That's the dream.
Yeah. But Ice Helix is going to be taking that window angle, slightly better angle of that window, I should say, using the building as cover. And we do see, I believe that is the Rook who is roaming, which it's just so weird that Rook roams. Like, it's a consistent thing that Rooks roam, despite being, like, the loudest operator.
But they're tanky.
They're tanky.
They're tanky.
But they're also loud. And as a roamer, sometimes you don't want tank. You want roam, or you want quiet.
I love the extra
You want
help.
hush hush.
It is
no,
awesome.
No, I'm not here.
All right, so they found the Oryx out and they found the Rook out. So hopefully the Firebirds can capitalize on it.
Yeah, but Xerxes is in that dorm hall, and they have a decent amount of ground to cover. Now they can play the vertical play here. They have the buck, but they need to actually play the vertical play. You know, it's all they can say they want to do one thing, and well, let me phrase it this way: I could say I want them to do one thing, but they could do something completely different, and you know, half the time it works out. So I would say more than half the time. It works out because I am not the one playing. I just talk. That's what I do. I don't actually. I do some analysis. It's not good analysis sometimes, but it's analysis. And you know, they have strategies that work out that might completely catch me off guard and has caught me off guard. So we do see Teshi in that attic. Could be holding a long angle into that rotate into kitchen. Ice Helix playing that vertical play. Great to see that. Now, unfortunately, Xerxes getting taken out of the picture. Very, very bad for the Firebirds because they lost their buck. They lost that utility to open up that vertical play. Tuan is trying to do a little bit of a gun battle against one of the Cougars, putting a lot of damage into them, and it looks like Ice Helix was able to use that long angle and finish them off. That is the Rook out of the picture. Now Tuan is going to get downed by somebody. I'm not quite sure who. I say that, and then I see that they are in that meeting room. Now they're going to try and poke, but Ice Helix is faster, is harder, better, faster, stronger. And the diffuser needing the plant despite Tuan being down. Teshi really needs to hold the angle, and because Teshi was not holding the angle, Firebirds lose that round. That was so close to being great.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Truly a bummer.
Yeah, this pacing and the tempo for the Firebirds, it is just not working out. There needs to be more simplified objectives being done here. Is that there's a big complex thing, and we can kind of see it unfolding, but it seems a little bit too complex. Is that I would try simplifying it a little bit more.
I think the trend I'm noticing is the exact trend we had last week.
Yeah,
winning really just doing a really good performance in map 1. Having a very even match at map 2, and then just kind of not getting any ground on map 3.
Yeah.
It was the same situation last week, where they just completely destroyed the other team on map 1. Map 2 was a pretty even round 15, basically. And then round 3, they just could not get any sort of footing. And that's what we're seeing here, where, you know, they're just making a lot of mistakes that we haven't seen earlier today. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it is because it's getting late, I think. You know, it's becoming an endurance match when you get into these late rounds.
Even so, I'd say that I love playing video games like hours on end and all that, and I would just keep it up. I think more of it's just the morale right now. Is that it was super tough going up. What was it, 5-1 on the second map, and then the Cougars just bringing it all the way back and winning. It really hurts the morale. So hopefully the Firebirds understand that and they have a way to adjust.
I'm hoping, but we'll see. Now we do see the Firebirds running a very similar comp as before. This time using Hibana instead of a buck onto this second floor site, and it's a lot of breaching for a site that doesn't necessarily have a lot of breaching. You do have some good angles you can open up, but, you know, it's a pretty open area on that main bedroom bunks area.
Yeah, for sure. There are some good areas where you can use that soft breach, and it looks like they already did some of that, and they're making a little bit better time, so hopefully they can find their footing and push right on in. They're doing that same really nice push through Big Tower. Oh, no.
Yeah.
What an aggressive play.
Xerxes getting picked off right away for the Firebirds is not good. They now have only Ace for the hard breaching. And you do need some hard breaching to kind of get into point. Just a little bit, especially through attic, you know. You do have you have the Ace, but you need a little bit more sometimes, especially from a range, you know. Ace can only throw them so far, but you know, Hibana can really launch those charges, and even open up like small holes. Like you don't even need to open up a whole wall. You just need to get an angle. Now Tuan taking out the Thunderbird. Good pick for the Firebirds, evening it out slightly, but because there's 55 seconds left on the clock, it's really not looking good. The Firebirds kind of need to hustle up because they're not even on point yet. It does look like they almost know somebody is in Armory. Somebody's trying to roam out. That Warden's trying to roam out and try and get somebody. Despite that, Tuan is knowing somebody's in that. I don't know if that was intentional.
That was a smart play.
It was a smart play,
Yeah.
but I don't know if that was intentional.
I
Tuan
think
kind of distracting that Aruni in Armory while Ice Helix kind of swooped in. Now, 20 seconds left. Firebirds
Oh dear.
losing high helix. You know, just really Quizby. Twan's not on site. Quizby is on site. Actually, I lied. Twan getting a double kill, evening it, or getting another kill, evening it out. Triple kill on one of the Cougars players, and Quizby or Twan needs to somehow secure objective, and unfortunately he's not able to. Cougars are taking round 5. They've like they are not playing together.
Yeah, they need to have this aggression a lot early on because there's so many things that they're dealing with in the first few stages, you know, getting safe and comfortable. But then it's the last minute, and there's so much on second floor that they need to go through.
Yeah.
The first, it's the Aruni. That's to deal with her and Armory. You have to deal with all the shields going around. You have to deal with the Thunderbird. You have to. There's so many things that you need to deal rather than just trying to take an entire floor, taking the entire first floor. So that if that aggression can be done quicker, and then we can continue on, we'll have so much more time and more communication and just more synergy with this. This so far, Firebirds do not look like it's all synergized yet.
I mean, it's just very clear. I think it's the communication that has fallen. It was very clear in maps 1 and 2, but at this point, I'm sure it's silent. And that is something we've experienced. I mean, we've experienced it here at Carthage. I'm sure translates to a bunch of different other esports locations, even in the professional setting. When you're losing, your communication just kind of shuts off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, every time that you're winning, if you're winning and doing great, your communication is going to be consistent. A lot of times you're having fun on those comms, making jokes and stuff because you're upbeat, but you have that confidence. And then when you're losing, it's just the comms falls dead. And that is not something you want. You want that communication to continue, but you don't want too much communication. You still need to be able to listen for those audio cues. I think a Flores into a mute jammer, you know, they should be communicating. Hey, I need to kind of re-angle. Xerxes is, you know, Flores is useless if there's a mute jammer in front of them.
Yeah.
Especially on this entrance. So we do see Thatcher going to be trying to use pairing it. So this is that teamwork. You need to be utilizing and cooperating with these gadgets and these abilities. So we're going to see the Flores hopefully destroy the mute jammer.
Yeah.
Unknown. I can't tell it from here. You know, the angle wasn't good enough for our camera, but you know, you got to work together, especially if you're running Monty.
And going back to what you were saying before is that, especially with this great defense by the Cougars, you need to be on top of communication and just getting this pacing down, because there's a lot of things here. There's a lot of dangerous things that you see, at least that we're seeing right now in this second or this basement hold that the Firebirds need to deal with. They're doing a little bit better on time, at least now that they're in sight. But hopefully they can pick up the pace.
Hopefully. Xerxes is slowly pushing onto site, knowing somebody's in that side angle, or that side corner. But 68 seconds are on the clock. And, you know, they're just now getting to point, really. Teshi taking out that Oryx. But Twan is now on site, using Monty to kind of add cover, add some good angles. Xerxes taking out the Jaeger for the Cougars, but Quizby's falling, and Icehelix able to get that refrag, though. Really nice to see. 4v2 now. Firebirds need to plant and hold it. You know, that is something we've seen. We're seeing Teshi getting taken out there, 3v2, and when you have a Monty, you just kind of have to sit on point, especially when they don't have a counter. 3v1, double kill there for Icehelix. Twan running Monty, just kind of stall. You know, just kind of make sure the communication's there where you kind of know. Don't try and get the kill in a sense. You can hide the hole and just kind of force them out. And that is exactly, there we go. Xerxes getting that kill, finishing off. That is how you need it. It is manipulating some of these defenders to go where you want.
And the best part about it, it was aggression right where it needed to happen. We saw the construction push, and we saw them going down blue stairs. Like that's exactly what needs to happen. And best part about it, they planted with 38 seconds left when it was 4-2 in the Firebirds' favor. Like it was our advantage. We took it. And that's what needs to happen. That was a very nice push to basement, and hopefully We can bring that onto defense now, and it looks like we're going Clash.
We're going Clash. Now, Tuan got a 4K as Clash earlier, I believe.
Oh, it was just holding the 1v4.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
I think got 2 kills, though.
2 kills as a Clash, winning it all. Winning a 1v4, not getting 4K. But winning a 1v4 as Clash, proving time and time again that Tuan is a dominant menace on Clash. Arguably better than, arguably more of a menace than the likes of Thermometer from last season. You know, a lot different in a sense. I think Thermometer was a lot more aggressive as Clash, whereas Tuan is having this hybrid of offense and defense.
Yeah, more utility based, I'd say, is that just very good at maintaining tempo and just either trying to slow him down and push. It's just really good at dictating space and tempo.
Yeah.
So that's what makes a good Clash.
Oh yeah. Now we do see the Cougars are running that Maverick mixed with the Zofia. Now, Maverick is going to be really good at destroying these reinforced walls and such, despite, you know, mute jammers. You know, that's what Maverick is really going to excel at. And even that, having the 0 cameras, being able to peek through walls and kind of take out gadgets, you know, taking out ADSs or whatnot, that's going to be really good for the Cougars. As well as Zofia being a great counter to a Clash. You know, being able to use those stun grenades to kind of cause Clash to have some issues. You know, kind of get stunned, knocked around in a sense. Even the grenade launcher is going to knock Clash around. So you're really going to have to take them out, hopefully rather quickly, before anything is able to be really done for them. If that makes sense.
For sure, yeah. I'm liking this so far is that we're seeing a pretty good pace for the Cougars over in Big Tower, and they brought a 0-2, which is going to be really helpful, basically being a Valkyrie on attack. So this is very interesting. But you see, like, there's a lot of stuff being done so far.
But it's slowly but surely. I mean, we're seeing... we're seeing Kami Puppy fail a little bit of a jump there and a repel.
It happens. I can't make that jump. I always just repel. So that is totally a me move.
Oh, well, here's the other thing, too, is the Gridlock track stingers are going to be another way to counter a Clash. I didn't even realize. I think Clash is going to get knocked around as well if they step into it. So overall, you have to be very smart as Clash, you know, and your teammates kind of have to support you. You know, if you see that Zofia, you should take them out. Now, Quizby is going to get taken out, and the smoke grenade is going to cause some issues for the Clash, but Clash is still in the fight. However, our mute is out and Jaeger's out. The Ice Helix taking out that ace and going to be using that smoke grenade, causing hopefully a little bit of delay in a sense to the Cougars. Unfortunately, though, the Cougars are on site using that rotate hole, knocking it down to a 4v1. Xerxes taking one person out, but taking a ton of damage as well, and unfortunately not able to push in, and the Cougars are going to win round 7. What went wrong there?
I say a little bit too much aggression on the Firebird side. Is that and I don't know, the communication, because they the wall in the little games room right there, it was opened up.
It's usually open for a rotate hole.
Oh, no. I mean, over the reinforced wall. Oh. It was opened up by Ace, and Ace was watching it, and then there was one of the Firebirds trying to rotate over and just get shot down, and like Ace was watching that for a good 30-40 seconds for it. So I don't know. I just think a little bit too much aggression, because then the Firebirds tried fighting back a little bit and then just got shot down. And but then again, at the same time, it was a great attack by the Cougars as well. So you can look at it from both angles of it. I think it was just a perfect storm. Very, very true.
You know, 5-2 right now on map 3. I'm not liking. I'm not. The Firebirds are really gonna have to pull some tricks out of their magic hat. You know, and it's not the first time. It would not be the first time we've seen that happen. We have seen the Firebirds come back from situations like this. Will this be one of those times? Hard to say.
Hopefully, yes.
I'm hoping. I'm wanting them to, and I think they have it in them to do that. You know, we saw them previous rounds win like 5 in a row. If they won 5 in a row right now, I would not be against that. I would be very happy, because that means we would win, and we can go home celebrating and have a great time. Hard to say. But Quizby running a Warden. What are your thoughts on that?
I like it. Like, I like Warden. Just biased because I do love the gun. I think the MPX is just one of the. Oh.
I like that. I like that. I'll take
dear.
it. I'll take it. Great
Oh,
pick by the
dear.
Firebirds there.
That is not a pick by the Firebirds.
Great pick by the Cougars
I
on the Cougars in
totally
favor of the Firebirds.
I totally
I thought that was a
that.
Firebird.
That's why I never run shields anymore. Is
Oh
because
my
there's
God.
always because usually a teammate of mine will shoot me in
my
the back of the head,
gosh.
and I am guilty of also being that teammate
It gave me kind of a wake-up call there. I was just not. I wasn't expecting that, but I also the moment
I love that
saw
the cam was
the
on it.
moment
Though.
I know
That was
the-
pretty funny.
The moment I saw the crosshair go over the shield, I go, "This is gonna be a TK."
I was like, "Oh
this is so
no."
going to be a TK." But unfortunately, though, not needing a TK, and the Cougars take 2 of the Firebirds out of the picture. Now 3v4 could be a move. Could be a move. Firebirds could, we've seen it. We've seen the Firebirds come back from less.
Oh dear.
Now, that is a bad loss. But Smoke and Warden against the world, hard to say. But Ice Helix and Quizby are a good duo. They have that experience together. They have that mechanical skills. As we're seeing that, Quizby getting a double kill there. Ice Helix being the last one. Will we see this double kill from Ice Helix doing a little bit of damage into Andy Bink? But here we go. Ice Helix is holding an angle. And what's going to happen is, the Cougars are planting. Now the smoke grenade is going to do some damage, maybe. No damage.
Oh no, it's an.
And
Oh dear.
that was so. I'm surprised the smoke grenade didn't do any damage, though. It looked like it was going to, which would have disrupted the diffuser.
I think it landed just on top.
Yeah,
and
probably.
the gas did not go as far. That is such a bummer.
That's unfortunate because that was like, that was.
Yeah, that was
I
really
would say
well
that was
thought out.
perfectly played by Ice Helix. I think there was a moment that I thought it was just him holding the angle. I think it was if I throw the smoke grenade, they're gonna come running towards me maybe, and I'll take them out. But because the smoke grenade wasn't doing any damage, wasn't doing the effect that they desired, and unfortunately not working out. But it is match point for the Cougars. Firebirds have a lot they need to do.
Oh yeah, but four rounds.
4 rounds.
It may seem like a lot, but it is doable. We saw us take 4 rounds in a row, and we also saw the Cougars take 4 rounds in a row. Everyone
exactly
in this match has the potential to do it, and hopefully we see it. It would be a very exciting time, but let's see how it goes. We're gonna go basement again.
I think what's happening too is Coach Wes, win or lose this match, there's a lot that they're going to work on, going into this next week. So they're really going to, have to pull some. I'm using the explanation, the analogy again. They're going to pull some tricks. Coach Wes is going to pull some tricks out of his magic hat.
Yeah.
And really just kind of work on. Some
It looks like it's a 5-man rush, over to construction.
Yeah, we might be seeing a genuine 5-man rush where they kind of open it up.
I
blitz
would
lead the
like
charge.
to see it.
Using
I would
the
love to see a
Finka
rush.
boost. Yep, here we
Yep,
go.
here-
Finka boost. Mixed with that blitz. Ice Helix taking out the blitz, though, right off the bat. Soy the Bean taking out Teshi, evening it out just slightly.
That's some good tempo.
Blitz being out of the fight is really good for the Firebirds. Now, we do see the smoke grenade going out to kind of even them out, throwing out the track stingers and then Ice Helix be like, yeah, we'll trade.
You know what's interesting is that if you smoke when someone's been Finka boost, it actually does a little bit more damage.
Really?
Yeah.
Good. Oh yeah,
It's a-
because the heartbeat.
Yeah, it's a very
I
unique
like that
mechanic.
I'm really glad that they added that because it makes sense. Ice Helix though taking out as a double
There
kill,
we go,
a
come
triple
on.
kill. No, he got a triple kill there. Somebody else from the Firebird should hopefully take out Soy the Bean, but don't push in. And this is what we're seeing
no
from the Firebird.
aggression.
They're not pushing in. They're not being aggressive. They know that the attacker has to come to them and just hold these angles rather tightly. A lot of time to be played. 1:30 left, so this is probably going to be a very slow 1:30. Soy the Bean could take him out, though. Could take out the Firebirds if the Firebirds play a little bit less smart. And who's to say that, Soy the Bean doesn't push in, take out Quizby, and plant somehow. But hopefully the communication will be able to come back. And
There we go.
Quizby getting the headshot and the Firebirds taking this round. First of a few, hopefully.
So we got
first of 4.
Three more.
Three more. Come on, Firebirds. 3 more. Let's do this.
Do we have a Firebirds theme song?
We do not. I don't want to. I think Carthage has a fight song.
Firebirds fight. Da, 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 da,
Okay.
da, da,
So you're singing it. My
da,
producer's singing it.
Firebirds win.
And
Which
you
are
guys
on
have
to
2 very
victory.
different versions of the song.
Firebirds.
I'm very close to taking my headset
Carthage,
off because I'm hearing
Firebirds
2
are
different songs.
the best.
In my head, I'm going crazy.
Da, 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 da.
You should write.
No, that's
Our
actually
own
my high school's theme song. I just switched it around to Firebirds. But
write-
they did steal it from someone else. So technically, that's like plagiarism. Wait. Never
No,
mind. That is
go
still
ahead. Go
plagiarism.
ahead. I want to hear your thought process. Either
I
take
don't-
back
I
your
don't-
statement or
nah,
commit to it. Either
I
take
don't-
back your statement or commit to it. Okay, never
No
mind.
comment.
Then,
I'll plead the
then,
fifth.
then you are gonna sit there, and we're gonna watch more Rainbow Six Siege. Quizby running Jaeger once again. Firebirds are on defense. Iced Helix running Smoke, Xerxes running Valkyrie, Twan running Pulse, and Teshi running Mute. Whereas the Cougars, we have Waffles Bot running that Maverick, Andy Bink running that Ace, Soy the Bean running Zero, Kami Puppy running Ash, and Pants running Gridlock.
I think the best thing right now for the Firebirds is just that Pulse. We saw Twan just amazing plays with Pulse, so I think that's going to be a big game changer. We see Valkyrie, great weapon, as always, and Ice Helix just amazing, 15 and 7 with 5 assists. This is going to be a really good defense, so hopefully the Firebirds stick it through,
I'm hoping.
and we'll see.
We will see. Now we do see Soy the Bean and Waffles taking that big tower into that potential attic play, probably using that Maverick. But Soy the Bean taking out the Claymore, but because Twan was there, that happens way too often. Where and it's a weird phenomena that happens in FPSs in general.
It's the oopsies.
And this happened to you earlier today when you were playing Valorant, where you're gonna be holding an angle, and then the moment you put your gun away to equip a different gadget or grenade or something, that split second of you not being able to do anything, somebody's gonna peek out and kill you.
It's
It's
the own.
weird.
It's the oh no moment.
Same. It's very similar to the point of it's especially in Call of Duty and other FPSs, but mostly Call of Duty, you'll be holding an angle for like a long time, and then nobody comes through, and then the moment you stop holding that angle, somebody walks through. It's weird that it happens as often as it does. But because Twan is going to be running that C4, but because just not able to get that timing down, but holding a really good angle, holding a really good vertical angle, or
Get 'em.
a downward inverted sideways angle, a direction from below angle. And Xerxes doing the same. Twan, unfortunately, though, taken out of the picture. Andy Bing taking a little bit of damage. Xerxes probably going to be flanking from behind. That would be smart, playing that flank. But we do see Xerxes probably getting that Maverick from behind. Maverick going to be rotating,
Oh, no.
taking a ton of damage, but not enough. You could tell it's probably the audio cue there. You could hear the footsteps. Ice Helix taking out
Nice
Kami
kill.
Puppy there. Will we see another Ice Helix
25
pick?
seconds.
Teshi getting that C4 kill. 1v2 here. Ice Helix could be doing it. Getting
That's
that
one.
down. It is 1v1. Ice Helix could make the play. The health is pretty similar. Will we see it, though? A shotgun versus a LMG. Oh! Come on, Ice Helix.
Oh!
I
And
peeked
that's
the mic.
2.
I peeked the mic. That's 2 in a row. Ice Helix coming back. I don't care, win or lose at this point. The fact that we just had 2 plays like that, I was really happy with. Two games like that.
I
Oh,
like it.
a nail biter. But in the perfect world, we'd win a few more. I'd like that.
2 more to tie.
I would really like that.
I
would
would
really
like that too.
I would really like that.
Ooh,
But I heard
there's a boom.
I heard thunder. I don't know what that was.
Thunder.
But Firebirds coming back slowly but surely. 4-6 right now. It is win by 2. So if the Firebirds have to win 2 more to even it up, and we go into a round 13. Now it could be back and forth once again up until around 15. So Firebirds in the perfect world will win 3 more to win it all. Hard to say though. I don't care. Regardless,
Wait,
the Firebirds.
I thought it's 4 more. 4 more in a row. What?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
4 more. I can't count. It's okay. I can't count. I can't count. I can't count. Can we not establish? I can't count. That's why I'm here.
You got it.
Okay. Okay. So, Firebirds needing to win X amount more, solve for X. X is apparently 4.
Are we doing calculus?
No, we're doing Rainbow Six
I
Siege.
don't have my abacus.
Anyways, Firebirds on defense once again. Quizby running that Bandit. Ice Helix running that Castle. Xerxes running that Oryx. Twan running that Jaeger. And Teshi running that Mute. Whereas for the Cougars on attack, running a Sledge, Ace, Lion, Thatcher, and Gridlock. Thatcher is an interesting pick on this site. You know, they have that vertical play by opening up the hatches, but is there enough of a, you know, reinforced Thatcher usage to really justify it? You
can just throw it at defenders so that they can't see through the reticle.
True, but then I don't know. Then they
always
might
funny.
be able to just aim with their eyes. They have
that's
to just
lame.
approximate
That's
it
lame.
in a sense. It's not impossible. I've been able to do it before, you know, aiming without a reticle. You just use your iron sights because you're just better. Which oddly enough, I gotta say that I'm surprised we don't see more iron sight play in this.
Iron sights
Every
are
once
weird.
every once in a while, I'll run into somebody who like only uses iron sights in this game, and I'm like, okay, none of these players, but something. But we do see, you know, pretty slow push here from the Cougars, but you know, it might work out. They're playing all in the same location pretty much, all going through attic, probably dropping through that hatch right onto site though, and that is the move. Using that lion pulse to kind of bait out people, kind of scare them a bit, because a lot of times what happens is the lion pulse will go out and you'll run in as it goes off because attackers don't want to be spotted, so they'll stand in place. However, the Thatcher's just being immediately taken out by Twan, who Twan is going to be in that basement area, really holding their own, really holding that angle. Now that's that second lion pulse going off. So that is no more lion pulses.
There we are.
Twan was waiting for it, getting a double kill there.
That was awesome.
Solidifying a good lead for the Firebirds, but it is not over yet. 37 seconds left on the clock, and Twan is probably not going to be pushing forward in fear that somebody's going to be there. Until the rest of the Firebirds spot the others and call it out confidently, you know, Twan's probably going to be trapped, I'll say, in that spot. Now, Teshi is going to be in that kitchen area.
Whoa,
really
that's a
good
nice
angle.
spot.
Really good spot there, but it's not going to work out. Xerxes getting a
10
pick
seconds.
on Waffle's bot. 10 seconds left on the clock.
9.
Twan is pushing forward slowly but surely, maybe
Come
seeing a
on,
pixel there of
flawless.
movement. Now, Pants is pushing into kitchen, going to be planting the diffuser, tricking
There
it out.
we go!
And the Firebirds going flawless in round 11.
This is getting exciting right now. One more. Firebirds need to win one more
And they
to
tie it
up.
And they tie it up. We're all fired up right now.
Hashtag.
It is 11 o'clock. We're all fired up. We could go for another 40 minutes, maybe.
My Apple Watch just says, oh, not Siri. It says pause and reflect on how your day has gone.
How has your
today.
day gone?
It's been ups and downs.
Yeah.
I'm being mindful right now. I think what would make it better, we win.
I think that'd be great. Be a
I would
great
like
way
that.
to
I
end
would love
Valentine's
that.
Day.
Oh,
You know?
that would make my heart.
It would make
Fall.
my heart.
Like, you know the Grinch?
Make
No,
my heart.
you know, it's
Pause for a photo. Anyways.
Happy Valentine's Day.
I
Everyone watching.
was so close to just seeing how long we could hold that, but then I'm like, I should probably get back to the game.
Oh no. We gotta spread the love.
Spread the love.
Valentine's
Spread
Day
the love.
love. the
To the
love.
left. Spread the love.
To my love. To my love.
To the love. For those, because our camera's not on, we're making the hearts again still. But on defense, once again, the Firebirds running Warden, Smoke, Jaeger, Clash, and a Rooney. And that worked out decently well on this site. Now, the Cougars might be running something completely different. We do see them running an Osa, Ace, Zero, Finka, and Gridlock. Finka again into that smoke. Like you said, going to be taking a lot more damage if you're caught in that. And the Osa, who's going to be a slight change from a Blitz. A little bit more, being able to output a little bit more damage with those more weapons, the better arsenal. While also still being able to use a shield to an advantage. Now, Twan on Clash is going to be able to get a lot of really good intel here. But because, you know, somebody might be coming down that staircase, Firebirds are really going to need to, somebody needs to be watching that.
Oh,
and
Twan's just saying hello.
we do see Twan just being like, hello, hello, hello.
Please don't come through this door.
Yeah,
It's the love
shocking,
gun,
isn't it?
It's the love gun.
It's the love gun. It's shocking. It's a taser. It's not a love gun.
It's
two tasers.
It's out of love.
It's two tasers.
You're being tased
strapped
out
to
of love.
plexiglass. But Osa is going to be slowly but trying to.
Oh,
we're going to see.
oh,
the
that's
smoke
gonna
grenades
do a lot of
doing
damage.
decent, just about half of that health on that Osa, slowing them down even more. See, that's the thing. That's an underutilized strategy as on smoke that you see on in the lower ranks, like my ranks. Smoke is good for just making sure nobody can go through this area for a while. And the smoke gas lasts probably 10 seconds, roughly.
And it hurt.
It does
Especially in
hurt.
the back of the throat. It's like
Yeah.
gross.
I know. It's like the ghost pepper hot sauce.
You know,
I'm sorry. Hold up. Xerxes, though, getting a great read there, probably from the intel that
Crazy.
Twan was able to develop, and is able to get a good wall bang, getting that gridlock out of the picture. Really good, because now they can kind of, the Clash doesn't have to worry about any sort of that. Now, Xerxes, this is something you don't
Smart.
see. Barricading the door behind him, because now an attacker has to destroy it and make a lot of loud noise
and kills time too.
and kill time. It's a long list of good things.
Yeah, right now Firebirds are doing great at killing time so
Yeah.
far. 40 seconds left, and that Osa is getting a lot of damage done by the love gun.
Now the love shield, as Toner calls it, the love gun, which is just two very powerful tasers strapped onto a shield, strapped onto a massive riot shield, slowing down the Finka. This is such a
It's
weird
out of
match.
love. It's out
It's
of
out
love.
of love. If this is what love is, I want to know what love is. I want you to show me.
Oh dear.
With a teaser.
5 seconds.
5 seconds left,
3,
and the Firebirds
2.
have successfully delayed
Hey, and we
Oh my
tied it
gosh.
up 4 rounds in a row.
my gosh.
6-6.
What is? Don't call it a comeback.
out of love.
They've been here for years. I don't know the other lyrics, but it's a good song, and it kind of pertains to this exact situation.
I like it. I don't
It's-
know what it is though.
It's a great comeback story. Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. Anyways, overtime.
Overtime.
It is now no longer is it match point. It's overtime. So hey, we can hear them. We can hear them fired up. We can hear them shouting.
Hashtag
So
fired up.
It is now win by 2. We are going into round 13, but it is no later than round 15. That is the maximum. So the Firebirds need to win 2 more rounds to
Oh,
win.
this is interesting. Like, if Kali stays, Kali's a perfect counter to Clash. If Kali shoots Clash's shield, Kali's love shield, or Clash's love shield kind of goes to the side.
You're right.
Zherp.
Very true. However, because Twan is just built different and is just Twan
and
you know?
wants to spread the love.
Yeah. You don't have, if you have that collar, you're just going to kind of step to the side. Or if I don't know the degree of Twan's skill, but I'm pretty sure it might be this level. If you get shot by the collie, you literally could memorize like the rotation patterns of the stagger and basically just have the shield stagger into any bullets. I've seen it before, and it's actually hilarious. But we'll see if that's the move. Could be the move. but here we are. Firebirds are. We do see Xerxes as Jaeger doing the classic Jaeger strat and running and roaming, as they back in the ye old days. That's what Jaeger would do.
The old days.
Back in the ACOG days. Back
Oh
when,
my! I just
when
realized this.
Jaeger-
I see like this 19 and 7.
I see looks going 19 and 7.
Oh jeez.
which is oddly enough
that's
not-
some overtime.
Yeah, it's something. It's great. It's a great time to have though. It's a great game to experience. I've been talking for a few hours, so I'm I'm not going to talk at all tomorrow, to the benefit and mostly benefit
We're
to
just
others.
gonna put duct tape on our mouths tomorrow.
because I have to breathe.
Well,
But
oh dear.
Pants is taking out Xerxes right off the bat. Not a total loss for the Firebirds, but definitely something you're gonna have to worry about. You know, it looks like that. It looks like the Cougars are gonna play a lot faster, a lot more aggressive. Could be the move.
And they're also
How
going to
many
be
times
taking
have I said could be the move this entire cast? Probably double digits. Probably double digits.
probably most likely
North of 20 is my guess. Could be the move.
Out of
Anyways.
love.
Teshi holding that staircase angle rather well. Really happy to see
Look
that
at
now.
the little ghost thing.
Yeah, it's a little cute.
That's so
cutie.
cute. And it like glows up a little bit.
I know. But I wonder if you can
It's
actually
so
see that from a
nice.
distance.
I don't think so. I think
I hope not.
that'd be a
I
little
really
bit
hope
too
not.
silly.
Yeah. But we do see, it looks like they're droning in through that laundry room. Ice Helix noticing that drone and probably going to take an off angle. Hopefully getting a pick, doing a little bit of damage to Finka, but Finka might be able to boost it. We're going to be using that smoke grenade to kind of delay them just slightly. It does look like they are going to be rotating around very, very fast, hoping to catch them
35
off
seconds.
guard. And yeah, 35 seconds, and that's a lot of time, especially when you have those smoke grenades. Now, we could be
there's the
seeing
Finka boost.
Ice
If that's
Helix.
smoke.
We do see Ice Helix rotating around back towards construction. Teshi reloading in front of that staircase, having just a little
dear.
bit of health. It's not, I don't think it's going to be a good thing to see. Now, Tuan is in that fridge. Unfortunately, Quizby is taken out of the picture, but they're planting right now, and Tuan is just being lit up by all angles, but it's going to swap out and just pull it out and not do any damage. What just happened? Oh my gosh.
Oh
A
dear.
1v3. Will we see Ice Helix come back? Ice Helix, come on. No! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! How did that happen? I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened. What just happened? Tuan
Happy Valentine's
pulling
Day.
out the secondary and just everybody just pausing. If it literally felt like the scene from X-Men when Quicksilver kind of running so fast everything stops. It's I want that clip. Somebody clip that and put that music from X-Men on it, where he's just kind of like it's just everybody's just motionless and he just takes out the secondary, aims and shoots with no hesitation. Oh my gosh. What is tonight? I don't know. We've seen so many amazing plays like that. It is now overtime match point with the Firebirds. It could be the move.
Indubitably.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what to expect this last match, but the Firebirds are attacking. The sides have been swapped.
Ooh,
What do you think?
I got no words.
You don't have any words? What about one word? If you could summarize what you're feeling right now in one word.
Fired.
Okay.
Fired up.
That's 2 words, but I'll allow
No,
it.
no, no. Yeah, hashtag fired up.
Okay, so
Or
hashtag is a
amazed?
word, fired is a word, and up is a word.
no, but if it's together,
Ace?
together,
You say ace, but that wasn't even okay. Anyways,
I'll just say-
you could say awesome.
I'm gonna
hyped,
say wicked.
wicked.
It's
There you
my
go.
classic.
There you go. It's your
my
classic.
wicked.
Now Firebirds
Oh my!
running Flores.
I see. It's got a 4K that round.
Oh my! I'm not
Oh
surprised.
my!
I'm not surprised.
Overtime.
Teshi taking out a Jaeger. Oh my gosh.
That's 1-4 to
Great
go.
early pick by the Firebirds. Now, Teshi, using that as a Maru we saw into that big tower, holding an angle onto the staircase. I almost want to stand up for this. But we do see they have that shield on that side. I think right now we have a situation of Ice Helix throwing that Thatcher grenade, and we're going to see Flores using a great timing there on that Flores drone, hopefully going to destroy it.
I like that.
I don't know if he was able to get that.
I think so,
detonation
because
off
I
in
think
time.
the other drone will detonate because it was only muted.
Good point. I don't know. Hard to say.
Possibly.
I don't know.
Minute 30.
We'll see. But Xerxes is going to be using that Flores drone again, hopefully getting that angle. They are holding this construction rather well, but they need to be doing it a little bit faster in a sense. They need to remember that they need to push. They need to save time for them to push in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully the Firebirds will ramp this up a little bit. Minute 10. They got a lot of work left to do.
I don't even want to commentate. I just want to hear everything.
I know. This is
Crispy's
scary.
opening up that side wall right on the point. Going to be really, really useful to have that on the fight. Xerxes taking a ton of damage there, unfortunately. 50 seconds left on the clock. Firebirds need to push in. We do see that smoke grenade going to be causing a similar issue that the Firebirds were able to do. But because they now know that somebody's on that staircase, they can hopefully turn and get that pick. Maybe lure them out. We do see the vertical play jumping onto it. Ice Heel is taking him out. Firebirds now 5v2, Andy Bink taking a ton of damage. Antoine is not having a worry issue. Ice Heel is getting a double kill. Oh my gosh. Will he get another one? Oh my gosh.
Come on,
They're
20
planting.
second plant.
Xerxes planting.
Oh,
5v1.
one more to
oh
go.
my gosh.
One more to
Come
go.
on. And they're ending with a flawless from nothing to something. Struggling all
Insane.
night.
6
A great
rounds.
night. 6 rounds in a row. Oh my gosh. Hard-fought victory, but not hard enough. That was beautiful to see in my year and a half of casting. One of the greatest games and greatest series I've ever
I'm
casted.
not doing my art project tonight.
I'm
That's
not
gonna wait
either.
for tomorrow. What a Valentine's Day miracle that was. Actual insanity we saw tonight. Amazing
gosh.
plays from both teams. Cougars played absolutely wickedly. Firebirds finally found their magic, pulled through. That was amazing.
I said it. Mark my words. I said they might be pulling some magic
And there
trick
was
out of the
magic.
hat. Now,
Love magic.
Man, love. It was
Love
the
magic.
power of love magic.
That's the power of love. That was
Oh my
awesome.
gosh.
Absolutely wickid.
It does look like we do have an interview, and I would love if you join me for this one because it's somebody that is very, very, I think, worthy of these interviews.
I would say
Ice
so.
Helix, I believe, ending with probably a 30-7 KD.
Oh, jeez. That was insane.
Oh my gosh! Come on in here. I have so many questions for you. I'm loud. You can take
Here, you can take mine. I'm not loud enough.
I'll do that. All right. What just happened?
I can't even answer that. A lot of things. There's definitely a lot that we learned from the second round. We were definitely disappointed with what happened, and so we took a look at what we could fix. And even though we came out of the attack in the first half losing, we definitely made some changes that appeared to have worked.
It definitely worked, and I got to be honest. I was not expecting that. I was losing faith, and I think this showed that I shouldn't have.
No, never.
I think it just, I mean, we saw map 1 being so strong like it was last week, and then map 2, I don't know if it was the issues and the rule disputes that kind of stopped our momentum, but it just, we weren't getting that upper hand. What do you think it was during that map 2?
I think it's ironically the maps we know better are the ones we potentially have to take a look at more, because if we don't have if we have a plan going in, we try and stick to that plan, or we try and change it too much, and that doesn't end up working. So there definitely were times where we had this great idea and we just backed off from it. And so we took that going into the third map. We're like, hey, if we have this idea, let's go through with it. Even if it doesn't seem like a great idea on paper and it's not going our way, 1 or 2 picks is all we need for everything to change.
And it very much showed. That was, I think, the key for that last match. You'd get 1 or 2 picks and it's like, all right, there you can just kind of keep up that momentum, which that there were some moments where it was like in map 2 especially, we had a 5v2 and then it went to a 1v2 in the mere seconds, and it's like always a split moment can change everything. But it ended up working out. Definitely not. Going into map 3 though, you lost the first few rounds, really struggling there, 6-2, and then what did you change to go to win 6 matches in a row?
Honestly, it's a lot of things that came back together. We took that time out. Our coach, he definitely took a step back and said, hey, you guys are trying to fix these things and just not fixing it. Like, you guys really need to think about it. There's a lot of times where we have to remind ourselves to slow down. If it's a 5v3, don't just say, oh, I got this. You have to sit there and think, well, it's 5v3. Where are those last guys? Where are we? How can we turn this into a 5v1 or potentially a win? And that's something that we didn't do on that previous map. We had that 5v2 and just weren't watching our flank and gave ourselves up, and we ended up changing that for map 3. So
it was really, really nice to see. Very, very great time in the casting booth as well, watching that. Especially we don't know what's going on out there, so we're having to figure it out. But that was something that we noticed, was that towards the middle there, the communication it was very clear there's no communication or little communication.
Definitely a lack.
And then just at the end, it felt like you guys were a hive mind. Hey, someone's in the staircase. We saw Twan jump over. And you getting a few quad kills. Nobody got an ace unfortunately tonight, but we definitely saw that teamwork. It wasn't about who got the kills. It was all about who was communicating, and I'm sure. But going into next week, what is something that you're very happy that you have down for your team? What is something you're very happy that you're confident with?
So initially our problem was we had too little comms, or they just weren't good enough, and we took that, I guess, too close to heart, and we had too many comms. They were too cluttered. It was constantly calling out the same information over and over, calling out, hey, there's a dude here, but we're not doing anything about it, and it's kind of not pertaining to us. Like, hey, there's a dude across the map. Well, if we're not hunting him down, it's nothing that we need to repeat 6 times over. And there were definitely times where some of us, we get a little tunnel visioned. We'll give a call, hey, they're here, and it just doesn't, it just goes in one ear and right out the other. So it seems that towards, especially the overtime, we definitely cleared them up with, we know exactly who we're working with, we know exactly where we're going to go, and we know exactly what role we have to play, whether that be attack or defense. Because that was definitely our hardest part, was attack can be rough because we stall out. And there were definitely moments where we would tell ourselves, hey, we're stalling out. How do we step this up? And it was when we realized, hey, they're not playing here. Let's take that step up, that we took off.
Yeah, and that is something we noticed in the cast, and we called out a few times, where it looked like you guys on attack were holding an angle, and we kept saying how when you can't expect the defenders to come to you. You have to go to the defenders, and we did notice in the later rounds there were far less moments where you were just kind of holding an angle. And even then, there were a few moments where you were holding angle. There was the moment, though, where it was, I believe, the second to last round. Twan, somebody was planting, and there were 2 people, holding an angle. And then Twan, I said it was as if it was a moment from X-Men where Quicksilver paused his time, basically, pulls out his secondary, clips the guy in the head, and then just pulls out his shield again. And the other 2, barely moved. I don't know, I'm sure that it was so exciting to watch that from out there, and I assume that the confidence kind of grew in you guys as time went on.
Definitely. On some of those defensive rounds, we would let it get away from us, but I think once we had that win on Kitchen, on first floor, that's really where we started to see it come back. We had this idea of what if we play upstairs, and then we really were communicating, hey, there's one dude coming over here. Don't get too aggressive, but don't ignore him.
Yeah.
Because that happened a couple times to us, where we would ignore somebody and it'd come back to bite us. Or we'd pay too much time, and then now that also comes back to bite us.
Yeah, that was something we noticed as well, was, there was one roamer, and you had 3 people kind of watching for that. But I think, going into next week, what is one thing that you guys are really going to need to work on, that you guys expect to be practicing now more so?
I definitely think it's a mixture of knowing where to push. So today we tried a strat that I presented forth, if we push backstairs and freezer, and that just wasn't going to work, because that was 2 groups of people that could defend both sides. And if you notice, on our last round, we pushed the back tower stairs and then also through the blue area. And so because of that, we were able to pinch that dude that was under the stairs. we timed it so Twan would jump over and I would swing at the same time, and we would get that guy.
Oh, beautiful! It worked. It was beautiful to watch, and I'm glad it was as beautiful as put in the plan as it looked. But that is all I have tonight. You know, I'm not going to keep you. I know you guys are going to be celebrating out there. To the viewers at home, thank you so much for watching these few hours of Rainbow Six Siege. I'm hoping next week does not go into a 11:30 or so match as well. But oddly enough, I enjoy it when the outcomes are like this. But be sure to follow us on all of our social medias at Carthage Esports. We'll be back on Thursday night at 7 p.m. Myself joined by the wonderful Flair for some Overwatch against the University of Oregon Ducks. I'm so excited for that. I love Overwatch, and I'm hoping the outcome is as hyped and exciting as it was tonight. So thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you there on Thursday.